All right, everybody. Sorry I'm a little bit late today. I had a couple of errands to do, but I also don't feel that great. I'm okay. It's nothing that I can't be dramatic about. No, I'm okay. It's just, I think it's the medicine I've been taking that kind of got to me, which is a good sign, actually. That usually means I'm at the end of my gout attack. This gout attack has gone on for, I think, 5 weeks, and that's a pretty long one for me. Pretty long one. So I'm glad it's ending. If it's ending, I think it's ending. We will try to make our time useful today. But I probably won't go too long past 4 o'clock, depending on how the conversations go, I suppose. But my staying power doesn't feel that great. Okay, so Railtown. Did I already do this? I don't remember. We are now at 11,185,000. I don't know if we're going to get to 12 million. We have 8% of the outstanding shares. Last I looked on Yahoo. That number changes, but still, we have a significant position. We could be our own hedge fund. And there's a lot of people. We're getting close to 200 people being involved. And this isn't audited. There's nothing magical about that. But that's pretty great on your part. We're at, significantly over 11 million shares. So even if you adjust it for bad arithmetic, it should be good arithmetic. Bad reporting, maybe. We're pretty solidly at 11 million shares. Railtown, the bid right now is 52 cents. The ask is 52.8. They were able to get it to open close to the 50-day moving average. So whoever that guy was that wanted you to swing trade, I guess he might have called that correctly. I'm not sure. It might have been a lower number. But I don't want you swing trading or day trading or having hot money. This is a position to establish, and we'll see. Now, I'm not saying we're going to be diamond hands necessarily, but let's have good evidence before we start treating it like hot money. So it's 52 to 52.8. The high in the day is 52.8, 115,000 shares. To my way of thinking, the stock is starting to show that it wants to go up. I wouldn't be surprised if it were quickly back to 70 cents. I don't know when, but it could happen that move could happen very quickly. Other stocks that are up are G-Bucks is up 8 cents at 78 cents. Energy Vault, that is not my vault, is down 0.045 at 138.5. Mountain is down $4 almost at 11.22. These are Frank Benedetto specials. So if you want, he's for sure going to come in here, and when this works, he's going to claim that you are his audience, and he'll go bring you some more crappy companies that somehow he does due diligence on. It's probably just, hey, we'll give you some shares. Oh, sounds good. That's great. But I don't want you in that game. And I'm not trying to be personal against anybody. I'm sure Frank's looking out for you. He's looking out for his family. He's a kind-hearted, great guy, works hard. I'm sure you can say everything positive about him. But these gentlemen, particularly gentlemen that come into this, they're going to come after your equity. Don't give it to them. Keep your equity. All right, last trade, Railtown, 52.32. It's up a penny. What's the volume? 115,000 shares, so not tremendous. Not a tremendous change. We have a big week coming. We've got Donald Trump meeting with Putin. I hope he pulls our troops out of Germany and maybe they cut back on nuclear weapons. I hope something dramatic is coming. What we have here is failure to communicate. Now that's the way he wants it. That's the way he's going to get it. All right, let me go down some of your comments and hopefully I'll come up with energy. I hope I come up with energy to fill your next hour and 45 minutes with good information. Look, let's start with Justin. Justin seems addicted to these shit stocks. If you want to believe that these men who come to you with these stocks have a story that's worth pitching, you might as well just sell, Justin. Just sell your Railtown. Get the hell off of here. MLSS is a piece of crap. I don't even have to know anything about it. It'll go up because a bunch of people will buy it, and then you won't sell it because you'll believe that it's going to have this short squeeze, and then it'll come back down. You'll be sitting with it, talking about it. There'll be space calls. It'll go on and on and on. Stop listening to this crap. Milestone Scientific, easy to borrow. Low of 37 cents, high of $1.39. Why the hell would you buy this stock? Why would you buy this stock? Why would you come on here and tell people? If you haven't noticed one thing about it, I'm protective of this audience. I don't want them hearing this crap anymore. I don't want them chasing this crap anymore. It's a loser's game. It's not real investing. And of course, ocean sailing would tell me to breathe. Breathe deep. The gathering gloom. Watch lights fade from across the room. Welcome to the world of artificial intelligence. That's me. You called me out. I'm artificially intelligent. It's all fake. It's all fake. I don't know who this is, but someone I think is offering to buy my shares of Railtown at 25 cents. And they'll do it discreetly as if I've been paid shares or something. Guys, they're in trouble. No, an additional 25 cents. So I could get out at market plus 25 cents. I could screw you, I guess they're thinking. And then I got money. That they're misjudging my motives here. Misjudging my motives. I own shares of Railtown, but I did not receive any shares from the company. And I would not sell my shares of Railtown here. I don't have a big position. I wish I were still the big, the big account that I once was, but I'm not. But hey, you got to start somewhere. Everybody starts somewhere. Hey, Chestnut. Hey, Opa. Hey, Darren Collins. For some reason, I guess DC is what made me think of it. Today is Fidel Castro's birthday. How's that? Hey, Gary Madrill. Hey, Julie Kim is in California. Carmel. Wow. So you had Clint Eastwood as your mayor? You're probably not that old. Michael Haight bought 200 more. Good for you, Michael. Good for you. Very good for you. I don't know how much longer you guys are going to be able to buy it under $1, but so far you've had plenty of time. So maybe there'll be another week or two. Who knows? But at some point, time's going to run out, I think. Hey, Steve. Justin, I'm glad you're holding Railtown. Just don't bring these other shit names into here. I don't want people doing what you're doing. You've got a gambling problem. You've got a judgment problem. You're listening to these people give you stocks, I guess because you're bored in your life. You don't mind losing. Name one you've made money on. You're going to make money on Railtown, so I'm very grateful. I'm glad that you own Railtown, Justin. You hang on to that. You hang on to that. Bob S. Wow, nice position. Bought another 15,000. Woo, Bob S. is the man underneath Steve. Steve is the man. I think Bob S. is behind 3 people. I think Bob S. I got to make that list again. I erased it. I got to make it again. I will try to make that list again. Let me focus a little bit on valuations. What are possible valuations? AI, as you know, is the hot space. I just saw an article about the CapEx of these large AI companies. I don't know if I can find it quickly. Futures trade at an all-time high as global market euphoria goes to 11. And this is the thing, guys and girls. The market is going to go to a blow-off high. I'm not playing it because my little account is in Railtown. But once we get up there, I think it'll make sense to buy puts, with some cheap puts, but with some distance on them. I don't know, on the banks or on possibly on the tech companies. But I think I'd look to the banks because if the market crashes, the banks are coming down. But anyway, there's an article by the Marketeer. And it's just a lot of charts. But the headline is well, there isn't really a headline. It's just a lot of charts. I like it though. Anyway, when it's consolidated, the title is AI CapEx Mania. Tech titans outspend the rest of the market 2-1. A little bit of humor. They say they're going to need a bigger chart. AI firms' CapEx is now 1.3 times earnings. Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, Meta, Microsoft, Nvidia, Broadcom boosted CapEx by 60% in the past year, 6 times the market's pace, now making up over 30% of all U.S. non-financial CapEx and spending nearly twice as much as the rest of the market combined. And then they have a chart. Is AI in a bubble or not? And I don't know who they surveyed, but 52% of those surveyed said no, 41% said yes. My guess is before we are in a bubble, you're going to see, I don't know, 20% say yes. It doesn't look like there's a mania yet. But let's just go through a couple of valuations again, and try to figure out why somebody just texted me to offer to buy my shares discreetly, as if I'm working with them and I'm somehow criminal like they are. Guys, these are the tricks they used. It's stuff they did with GTII, by the way, and it worked with GTII. It's not going to work here. The key difference is Railtown doesn't need capital. Bottom line, Railtown doesn't need capital from the crooks. They'll raise money, and Canaccord Genuity is one of the worst enablers of short sellers on the planet. However, I don't think they do it to Canadian. They've done it to one Canadian mining company. So I guess they do it, but it's not this systematic industrial scale attack like they do on the US markets. It looks like Canada cares more about their own markets. Everybody steals from the United States. So one of the valuations comes from this research report, which was written a year ago, and it has a target of $2 per share US for Railtown, ignoring AI partnerships. Well, if we look into how they come up with that $2, that can be our low end target. I mean, they have a whole section here on the value proposition. And the first sentence is, based on, this is a year ago, based on our discussions with several customers, the value proposition of Railtown's AI tool is quite impressive. Customers reported that Railtown's platform saves about 25% of a developer's time. The pricing is reasonable. And then they go through the various items of use, the use cases. And they talk about how they get customers. Railtown is going to co-sell on Microsoft's platform. They're going to white product their technology via enterprise agreements, and they'll sell directly. They get a combination of monthly licensing fees, support charges, and per seat, per project fees. So the way they came up with this number, Railtown is strategically positioned in a rapidly growing global market of software developers. They're talking about software developers, a segment poised for significant expansion in the near future. The whole segment's going to expand. But this is a year ago. The global population of software developers is expected to reach 28.7 million by last year, by the end of 2024, and continue growing at a 3% or better clip. The growth is fueled by many factors, including widespread digital transformation across various sectors. Further, the growth is fueled by the rise of emerging technologies and growth within the technology industry. Increased access to educational resources, the prevalence of people working remotely, supportive regulatory frameworks, and the ongoing demand for mobile and web development services. Given these dynamics, and assuming an average revenue per customer of $108 per year, which is a figure aligned with Railtown's pricing mechanism a year ago, Railtown's addressable market is currently estimated at $3 billion. This is a year ago. I bet if this guy could rewrite this report, he'd add a 0 to that number. Just my guess. However, there are several reasons to believe that this market could expand further. For instance, as Railtown continues to enhance its platform with new features, there could be potential for an increase in pricing. The current pricing of Railtown's platform is on a per user, per project. Therefore, a single user who works on multiple projects in software development has to pay for the platform multiple times. And this leads to higher average revenue per user. Additionally, based on this guy's understanding, Railtown's target market could broaden beyond just software developers, especially with the launch of its API for no-code virtual software development. Then they talk about the revenue. A year ago, they talk about the revenue outlook. Revenue. Given Railtown's first mover advantage and the track record of Railtown's founders and senior management, We believe there is a high probability of Railtown capturing a meaningful market share of the total addressable market over the next 3 years. I don't know what meaningful means to you, but I would probably start at 10% or higher with the word meaningful. That's not where these guys start. We believe that the adoption rate of Railtown's platform will be higher in the United States, which is fine. That's where most of AI is right now. And that's where a lot of these companies are that AI partnerships has. But again, this doesn't include AI partners. We expect, this is written a year ago, we expect Railtown AI to commence generating revenue from full year, fiscal year 2024 onward. However, given the early stage in the life cycle of the company, we take a slightly medium to longer term horizon to estimate revenue. So they're using a market penetration of 3%, and they're using a forecast for fiscal year 27. Well, that's 2 years away. And remember, in a real bull market, in a real price discovery, in a market where the big boys and girls want to own the stock, you're going to see a discounting factor of bringing forward of future revenues and multiples to now. So then they come in with their value target. We use an enterprise value over revenue of 12x. So let's start with that, 12x. We use a dilution factor of 20%. So they divide it out by 170 million shares. They don't talk about any debt. So they use 3% of a $3 billion addressable market, which is the smallest market estimate of anything I've read anywhere. And they come up with a target price of $2 per share. And this is actually 13 months ago. Okay. So they use, Research Capital uses a 12x multiple, and this is enterprise value over ARR. They use 170 million shares. Currently, there's fewer than 140 million. They use a 3% penetration of a $3 billion addressable market, and they come up with a target of $2 per share. And this was written 13 months ago. So what's happened in just those 13 months is that valuations reportedly range from 100x to 150x, not 12x. Currently, all the frenzy that you've seen, we've talked about with Windrift and some of the other companies, the multiples are out of this world, 100x to 120x. Well, why don't we just take this instead and go to the average of the last 6 years across 91 deals, 20 right here, 25x is the average, 25x. Let's just use 25x. Let's just use 25x. Well, if we use 25x, simplistically, the target should be $4 per share at 25x. Using the lowest, most conservative estimate, just this analyst right here, going from 12x to 25x and using this puny addressable market, this puny penetration, it should be a $4 stock right now, or shortly. Or let's say it differently, as soon as people can talk about bloody revenues. My guess is, if this person had a chance to rewrite this right now, which I bet they will once the deal is announced, that $2 doesn't begin to address what they think this could be worth. But we'll wait and find out about that. So that's one valuation method. $3 billion market, addressable market, 3%, using 170 million shares. Instead of 12x, 24x gives you, call it 25, gives you $4 a share target. Deals are going now for 100 times revenue, 100 times ARR. And it's the predicted revenue, it's the forward revenue. All right, that's one way to look at it. I think that's the most conservative. Another way to look at it would be rather than make you watch the video again, I'm just going to go by my notes. Of the videos. James Altucher said the next generation of AI technology, the one we're in now, this will create wealth. It will be the biggest wealth creation engine of a lifetime. That's his quote. AI will drive technology boom, which will line the pockets of early investors. It's a dawn of a brand new era for human activity. Then he goes through a bunch of valuations. Let me get the market sizes here. We've been doing this for several months. I have a lot of notes, and here's a cut 3 valuations. OpenAI valued at $300 billion. Anthropic, $60 billion. XAI, 80 billion. It's a hell of a lot of. All right, so in Corey, one of Corey's videos, he said that this software developers market is a gigantic market. There'll be or is right now $11 billion in the developer tools market. And then there's a $300 billion added spend for corporations. Let's use that 11 billion because that's smaller. That's smaller than one of the numbers he gave in a different video. I like that it's smaller. This was the other number he gave. He talked about how Railtown is in the Microsoft partners space. They have several battle-tested solutions. They've created an AI agent to basically do the boring, repetitive tasks while software developers get creative and build out profits. He said that $85 billion is the estimate of the cost of GDP. Gross domestic product is reduced by $85 billion annually because of crappy code. There's no bigger market than software development, he said. He talked about Microsoft GitHub having 1 million paying customers. Anyway, he used a $21 billion development tools market for 2025, the one we're in. I'm guessing his $11 billion one was for either 2023 or 2024. And then he talked about a $309 billion AI spend for 2026. The previous video, he said 11 billion for developer tools and 300 billion. So very similar numbers. Let's do 11 billion first. Let's do $11 billion developer tools market. So we'll call the addressable market $11 billion. And let's assume the same 3% penetration. And then let's assume 170 million shares. They have 140 million now. And let's use a multiple of 25x. Remember, current multiples are 100 to 150x. But the average, which I showed you, for the last 6 years, 91 AI deals, the average was 25x. So let's use that and try to come up with a per share target. So we'll take 11 billion. and we'll multiply that by 3%. That gives actually, I think, a reasonable revenue target for Railtown eventually. I'm not saying out of the gate, but maybe in a year's time or 2 years' time. 330 million a year. And a lot of companies are having those kind of projections. We multiply that by 25. That gives an $8 billion valuation for the whole company. And remember, we're just talking about Railtown. I know it sounds insane out of the gate, but these are AI valuations right now. We divide that by 170 million shares, and we get a target of $48.50. This, my friends, is a very conservative estimate of the addressable market, the penetration. You could argue, are they really going to get 25x? We don't know in terms of valuation, but we adjusted for additional shares, and this gives you a target of $48 a share. Let's do the next one. That's last year's developer market. Let's do the developer market that's actually probably occurring right now, which is he said for 2025, 21, this is according to my notes. I know, am I good at my notes? 21 billion in developer tools for 2025. So that's the current number. Let's use that number, 21 billion. This is probably my favorite target because it's the most reasonable. It doesn't overwhelm us with its scale. We'll assume 3%. We'll assume 170 million shares. And we'll assume 25x. And we'll try to come up with a per share number. I think we can guess it. For those of you who are quick. So that's a revenue of 630 million a year, which is, I'm not saying that's going to be next month, but you know, over the next 2 years, could they ramp up to that much? I think it's credible. So we use a multiple of 25 times. And that comes up with a $16 billion company value, which I think is totally plausible as well. The thing is, as you take time to get to these numbers, the multiples might not stay as high as they are right now. So, I mean, time is risk. But anyway, it's almost 16 billion. The per share price would be $92.65. That'd be the target. That's a developer's market of 21 billion. I mean, only 3% penetration. For the first mover, the best product in North America, the largest AI market in the world, expanded number of shares, 25 times the ARR, gives you $92 a share target for Railtown. And Justin wants you to look at these shit stocks. Every day he brings up stocks like that. I don't know what he's on about. You guys have in front of you something extraordinary. And you want to piss around with these stupid stories? I don't get it. Anyway, so that's 21 billion. And as you can tell, these exercises are entirely malleable. They're entirely the numbers you use, no one knows for sure. No one can talk about it because it's in the bloody quiet period. But these numbers are huge. And if you think Justin or Tony or Frank have any clue about this, you're crazy. If you think I have a clue, I'm using these gut instinct ballpark numbers that are right in front of you. They're in videos. They're in research reports. They're in press releases. It's just been a 6-month quiet period. So you have to trust that 5% of your brain that's boring, that 80% of your subconscious that deals with money lessons you learned when you were 5 years old and whatever you inherited from your parents, and you're dealing with a drug addiction or a gambling addiction, and you're listening to Justin Babish tell you, hey, this stock's going to have news. And that gets you excited. That's all the emotional subconscious crap. You got to get away from it. Just get away from it, please. 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 All right, the next number I want to use is Corey in one video said that the AI, I think he called it the AI solutions market for 2026 is estimated to be 309 billion. And it probably means software solutions because I took my notes quickly. Then in a different video, he said that the addressable market, he called it the added cost to corporations to install AI. That's software development. That's right what Railtown does. Will cost 300 billion. And it will be profitable when they spend that money. And the thinking is they're all going to do it or they miss out. So let's use 300 billion as our target. This starts to get into the realm of totally mind-blowing. So we're going to use 300 billion as our addressable market. That's the spend. They're going to spend that money. It's not made up. They're going to spend that money on AI. They're going to need AI agents, assistants to find the bugs, fix the bugs, possibly create software just from a verbal instruction, create software, maintain software. That's the spend, 300 billion. Let's use the same number for consistency. Let's assume Railtown gets 3% of that market. And you're going to say, well, how are they going to do that? Well, this isn't a people-intensive business once you get the contracts and once it is installed. These are self-learning, self-replicating even AI agents and high margin. And Railtown is the first to market. It's the best in class, and they solve the problem no one else has solved. I mean, I don't think it's a secret. I don't know where to give you the evidence of it, but Railtown went to Microsoft years ago and said, is anybody doing this? And nobody was. So they really came, because of their experience, they created a product that's in demand, but it was a vision as well. It's going to help everybody build out this AI spend. So let's again use 170 million shares, and we'll use 25x. This is going to astonish you. This number will astonish you, but let's be consistent. And it is the market. It's not made up. There's more than one source for that size of market. I've shown it to you. So it's 300 billion. I mean, I think one was 290 billion. I mean, it's in the range. 300 billion. So we'll take market penetration of 3%. You're going to be astonished by this. That is annual recurring revenue to Railtown without AI partners. And I know this is astonishing. I know this is totally beyond anybody's ability to believe it, but it's simple arithmetic. That's $9 billion in revenue per year. Now, I would argue that 3% is a low penetration rate, but I'd also argue that once you're up at 9 billion in revenue, nobody's paying 100 or 150x. But remember, NVIDIA is trading at, well, was trading at 70x on earnings. I don't know what they're trading on revenue. But let's use 25 again just to keep everything consistent. We'll use 25x. That gives a valuation of $225 billion for Railtown. That would be a unicorn. Is that possible? Yes, it's possible. But I think we need a lot more information. We need the quiet period to end. We need to get an understanding of the dynamics. But let's use the arithmetic in front of us and see what it tells us. We keep it the same, so the comparison is the same. That gives you $1,300 target for the stock. I personally don't think this is something that will happen while the company is independent, because I think the stock will be bought out for a lower price than this before it ever gets here. But that's the number, $1,323 a share, just taking the targeted market, the spend. They get 3% of that money spent. That many shares, that multiple. What this tells me, much more than you should be expecting this number, this tells me a buyout of the company, 100, 150, 200, 275, that'd be my target, 275 range, is totally reasonable to a big company like NVIDIA or Microsoft or AMD, because they'll be doing these kind of numbers. I'm doing them in front of you. I don't have any sophisticated quant team. They'll have all that. And you guys are listening to Justin's latest pitch on a piece of shit company? I don't know why anybody would put $100 in MLSS. For what? You want to piss it away? Put $100 into Railtown. This is not fantasy. This is not fantasy. I'm not projecting this number. We don't know enough information, but it's very simple. The anticipated spend on AI is 300 billion. 3% of that. times 25 divided by 170, 170 million, gives over $1,000 a share. It's not complicated. All right, so those are I guess 4 models. I just want to do one more that I haven't done. I didn't do yesterday, but I think I did it Sunday. I just want to do, Corey pointed out that GitHub has 1 million users. So I just want to make an assumption. 1 million users, GitHub. I just want to make a wild assumption that if Microsoft were to buy Railtown, and I'm not talking about AI partners, just Railtown, and that's a huge assumption that we don't know that. But let's say Microsoft were to buy them, and then Microsoft said to all their developers that are part of GitHub, you have to buy a subscription to Railtown's Conductor, or we're going to cancel your subscription to GitHub. Now this research a year ago said that it's $108 per user per project. Let's ignore the projects. Let's just focus on users. $108 a year. So that would be divided by 12, $9 a month. Let's say they charge $750 a month. Let's see what that does. $750. That's $90. $90. Let's assume $90 per year per user. So that gives you 90 million in revenue, recurring revenue. I'd like to multiply that by 50, but I won't. I'll multiply that by 25x, and that only gives a $2 billion, $2.25 billion company, but we'll divide it by the same 170 million shares, and that gives a $13 stock price. So these are massive assumptions, but according to Corey, GitHub has 1 million users a year ago, 1 million users. GitHub's owned apparently by Microsoft. So if we assume Microsoft buys Railtown and says, look, if you're a GitHub user, Railtown is now part of your monthly subscription. And we're going to charge $750 a month. And maybe it's just in there as a bulk thing. They don't even know it. That's 90 million in annual recurring revenue. If we put 25x on it, and multiples right now are 50, 100, 150, that gives you a target of $13 a share. And you want to listen to Justin Babish's idiotic ideas. Or I mean, why? Why is there any other stock on your horizon in the junk, high risk, speculative space. I don't get it. I don't know what you're smoking, what you're drinking, what you're snorting, where your mind is. All right, now let me show you where that gets us. I'm leaving off one use case, and I can't remember what it was. Let me see if it's in this notebook. Well, here's a number for 2028. This was from an industry report. It's one of the newspaper magazine clippings I showed you. I wrote it down here. For 2028, the annualized corporate spend on AI, 400 billion. 400 billion. Not 300 billion, 400 billion. I'm not going to do a calculation based on that, though. Oh, that's the other one. The company, Railtown, on their website gives two targets. Let's go through those. Because it's on their website. And I've shown it to you. You can find it again. And I'm going to tell you, I don't know why you listen to Justin Babbage babble about some bloody BS company when this is sitting right in front of you. Even if you own 1,000 shares of this, costs you $500. These guys, they all want you thinking that this is the same crap as the rest of it. It's not. But right now, it's true. Right now, it trades for 52 cents right now. And the reason it trades there is because the criminals are shorting the stock. I showed you what they just texted me. They're willing to buy my shares as if they're my friend. I hope you saw that shows up as junk in my system. See, it says report as junk. But they're going to use all these tricks the way they always do, because it always works. Adina Friedman doesn't care. Charlie Cromwell doesn't care. They just don't care. But really, Bill, I do care. Why don't we marry? I'm meant to inherit a wee cottage in Scotland. Really, Bill, I do care. All right, so the targeted, according to the website for Railtown, the addressable market for the end of the decade, the global developer tools market is $17 billion. This is on their website. You can find it yourself. You can do all of this arithmetic yourself, or you can listen to Justin Babish's, hey, I heard there's an earnings report for MLSS on Friday, and hey, I'm only betting $100 on it, but look at it. God, guys, get away from this. This is the worst part of the market. Railtown will not be here much longer, but Railtown gives you a chance to pay the exact same entry price as all these other shitty stocks. But when Railtown leaves this place, the price is going to be a lot higher and you'll never be able to buy it again. And of course, Platinum Blonde says, well, that doesn't make sense to me. If you sell it, you can always buy it back. And Tony, not so smart De Niro, says, yeah, right. See, right? Ooh. What's he talking about? Well, you're about to see what I'm talking about when it happens. All right, let's assume 3% penetration. Let's assume 170 million shares. And let's assume 25x. So according to Railtown's own website, the global developer tools market by the end of the decade will be $17.2 billion. Guys, these numbers, really smart people are going to run these numbers. They're going to do it on computers. They're going to get the latest smart girl out of Stanford or MIT, and she might be from Vietnam or be from Kentucky. I don't know. But they'll get her. She'll run these numbers for them. All this stuff I'm doing slowly, ploddingly in front of you, they'll do it quickly. They'll have spreadsheets. They'll have a big conference table. They'll put it on the wall. They'll talk to everybody. A guy named Biff will call in from the yacht. A chick named Mindy will call in from her family's vacation in Banff. And then the team around the conference table will be all in their 20s and they don't get to sleep. And then the senior woman will come in and ask the guy running the specific AI fund, she'll say, what do you think, Zach? And Zach will say, I think we have to own it. And she'll say, okay, go ahead. But Justin wants you to look at MLSS. What is he on about? I mean it. All right, so we'll use this number. And we'll assume only 3% penetration. I like this number the best of all, I think. This leads to $500 million in revenue. I'm not saying this year. I'm not saying next year. But let's say they can project it for 2027. All those smart people are going to discount those numbers to today. They're going to put a value on it that you can't even begin to put on it if you're listening to Justin Babish. Because you're listening to all the babble from these idiots. Hey, there's going to be an earnings announcement. And hey, there's a big short position. And hey, Frank's bringing it to you. And hey, Frank brought you COSM. Look how that worked out. And then you ask Frank about it, he'll get angry. It's still trading on the market. I got out of mine. You should do your own due diligence. And you're going to be left there as a victim. Do you want to be a victim? Is that your goal, to be a victim? Anyway, so this number, which is the global developers tools market by the end of the decade, this number rings the best to me. At a 3% penetration, we'll give that a multiple of 25. And then we'll use 170 million shares. You get a target of $75 a share. That, my friends, that I think is your target for Railtown. $75 a share. Do you know another stock that's going to do something like this? Now that's at 25 times multiple, but it's only 3% of that market. Problem is that who knows what that multiple will be in 18 months. I'm not saying this happens in September. I am saying this is just Railtown. This is just Railtown. Just Railtown. And I am saying that a 3% penetration of a $17 billion global developer tools market is entirely achievable. And I am saying 25 multiple is on the low end right now. That's the average multiple paid for the last 91 deals over 6 years. That's your target, $75. And you want to go gamble $100 on MLSS? I don't know what you're smoking. I really don't. All right, let's look at one last use case, I guess you'd call it. Again, from the website of Railtown, by the end of this decade, the global artificial intelligence as a service market, so that's software as a service. This is the global AI as a service market. According to, I forget who did the study, but it's posted on Railtown's website. You can go look it up. The addressable market will be $132 billion by the end of the decade. And again, these people are going to do their analysis. They're going to look out 5 years like you're unable to. Justin can only look to Friday because he's so hot and antsy. He's a gambler. If you want to be a gambler, you might as well go up to bloody Atlantic City or Baltimore or Reno or Nevada and just throw your money away. If you want to change your financial picture, establish your position in Railtown now while it's cheap, while you can build a huge position in terms of numbers of shares and hang on to it like it's your mother's silverware that she inherited from her great-grandmother. And the queen gave it to her. Don't let go of it. I'm not saying diamond hands. There's going to be things we have to consider. But right now, stop listening to all these people. Just stop it. All right, so the global AI as a service market by the end of the decade is expected to be $132 billion. Let's use 3% penetration. Let's use 170 million shares. And let's use a 25x multiple. So we'll do the same numbers consistently. You can have question marks. You can say, oh, that sounds way too high. That sounds ridiculous. But at least you know the comparisons are all on the same metrics, the same arithmetic. So let's see what that does for us. 132,400,000 times 0.03 times 25. That gives a company that's valued at 100 billion. And you and I both would say, oh my gosh, that's kind of high. Well, we'll find out. I am saying this is outside of my projections to you, that we need so much more information. We're going to need time. But on the other hand, it's just a 3% penetration of this market in the future, projected with a 25x and 170 million shares. That gives us a target of $584 a share. $584 a share. Now, I'm not telling you that we can know this yet, but it's a completely reasonable projection. But I would likewise believe that the stock will be sold for, I don't know, $200, $300 to NVIDIA or somebody before it ever gets to this price. But this is not fantasy land. This is from their website, the targeted market at 3% penetration is, we don't know for sure. But that seems low to me. Multiply by 25 times for valuation, divided by 170 million shares, you get a target price of $500 a share. And you want to be in one of these other stocks because, you know, maybe a whale's going to buy this and a machine's going to get turned on there, and they're going to have a contract, and Energy Vault addresses less than 1% of the global megawatt market, or whatever it works out to. It's hard to track down, but it's a tiny, tiny, tiny percentage of a highly competitive market. And you think Frank stumbled on to the great next strategy and the next technology? Or do you think Elon Musk is already light years ahead of Frank Benedetto? I don't know. It's up to you. Frank's a pretty smart guy. All right, now I want to show you I just want to show you this, which I showed you the other day, but I want to change it just slightly. Why doesn't it work? Okay, there it goes. Just want to show you this number. So I just went through a bunch of cases with you. You'll see on the top line that this top line is the lowest case. That's the year ago research report. But even using that, you come up with $1.30. You come up with $1.30 at a, look, behind my dog there, I discounted the blue. I discounted each targeted price by 90%. I took 90% off the target. To try to come up with what institutions might be willing to pay now. And remember, they can't even buy it now. They don't even know about it now. But anyway, the top one, really low number, $1.32. The 21 million is the target market. That's a reasonable number to aim for, $9. The $300 billion market we went through, and at 10%, it's $132 target. 90% discount. I like this 17 billion one because it's more digestible. But I would do either the 17 billion or the 21 billion. But let's just go with that. That's my target for when the stock finally breaks out of its news blackout I think a target of 750 is as reasonable as any. I mean, will it happen overnight? Will it take a week, a month, 2 months? Don't know, but that's a nice move. It could be 927. The bottom one is the one we just went through on the software as a service global market. But anyway, what I just tried to show you is that almost any addressable market you take, and using the low end of the multiples currently being used for valuation, increasing the number of shares, it's very hard to come up with a number per share, even if you discount it. If you take 90% off that target, it's very hard to come up with a number per share where you lose money. In fact, it's very hard to come up with a number where you only make 10x on your money. Maybe this lowest one up here, but every other number, you're making more than 10x from here. All right, let's go back to your comments because you've probably heard enough from me. Giuseppe, how are you? Hello to everyone. Are you seeing any soldiers? No, I did move. You know, I bought my house before, and I moved to this area, you know, some 25 years ago. And one of the reasons I did it is, you know, I studied peak oil and climate change and gold and silver and the, you know, kind of the trajectory we we're on it as a fiscal entity, as a nation that just has too much debt. And I just thought, you know, one place when society breaks down, I mean, for example, Phil, next time you fill up your tank, your gas tank, when you fill it up, just add a zero. So in other words, if you spent $35 filling up your tank, just pretend instead of paying $3.50 a gallon, you paid $35 a gallon. Just do it as an exercise. So instead of putting in $35, you had to put in $350. And as you drive around, think of a few things. One, how many trips are you going to make in the future? Two, those grocery stores that are all just in time, how long is the food going to last on those shelves? And there is no food in grocery stores. It's all crap. I can't believe when you go in and you use a critical eye, I bet 5% of your grocery store is real food. The rest is all crap. But anyway, if you do that kind of exercise, you'll quickly realize that society, if oil prices were to go to reflect peak oil, which, you know, there's still always debate about that, society would break down. And where would you be safest? In the suburbs? Where, I mean, just imagine if it costs $35 a gallon for gasoline, could a woman living alone in the suburbs or a mother call the police? Would the police be there? Or could an old guy like me living alone, could I call the police and they'd be there at $35 a gallon? I don't know. What about all those school buses and the football games on Friday night? And that distracts a whole swath of teenagers. What if that's gone? Where do they start roaming? It's pretty scary. So anyway, I thought one of the places to live would be where I bought my house because it was close to the White House. And if something happened, they'd bring out the National Guard. Well, I no longer own my house. I no longer live there. But I think that prediction looks like it was accurate. No, I don't see any soldiers. Uh, um, DC's mostly safe. I don't think it's horrible, but a lot of people hate Trump, and younger, not all, but younger African American women who are employed, they sometimes have an attitude when they see a guy like me. Sometimes. But overall, the races get along just fine. Everybody is pleasant and happy. And I don't live in a safe area. I live in an edgy area now, and I feel safe. I don't think there's any problem. I think it's exaggerated. Um, they call this the chocolate city, but you know, I feel perfectly comfortable, and but there are some adjustments you make. You don't go out at 2 a.m. in my I would never go out at 2 a.m. in this neighborhood. Um, uh, I suppose if you were in Georgetown, you'd be safe, but I don't know. I don't know many places you should go out at that time of night and expect things to not go wrong. But I think Trump's uh, move is about more than just. I think there's something else on the agenda. And I think he wants to make the District of Columbia a capital city. And I'm all for him to do that. It'd help everybody. But DC is not a bad place. The schools, for example, the public schools, which used to be, I think, largely relics of an age gone by, they are all brand new. When I say all, maybe I'm wrong about all, but I think it's all. They've built brand new schools for the public schools, and they're amazing. I don't know about the teachers, and I don't know if if it's all anti-straight white male screed going on. But anyway, Phil, I think DC's fine. I think it's an overreaction on the part of the Trumpster, but he may be trying to do something else. Um, I think he thinks in broader strokes. And I would happen to agree with him. I think DC should be the best capital city in the world. And it's not going to happen without federal government action. But that's not to judge the mayors or anything. Something like 45% of DC is federal government property. And it brings in people from Virginia and Maryland. It's roads, it's police, it's fire, it's sewers, it's maintenance. It's a lot of stuff. And there's no taxes paid. So I think the federal government needs to be involved in making DC uh, the best capital city in the world. And I think the federal government should be covering at least 60-70% of the costs. But hey, I'm not a city planner. I'm not a city planner. Hey, Eddie Eagle. How are you, Fast Eddie? Leonard Armstrong is going to teach you about a stock. whatever, guys. If you want to go follow this stock, please just get off of my site. I'm trying to help you create value in your account. And if you dilute your efforts, if you spread them around, you're going to be left in the dust, in my judgment. This Railtown is a way to create a significant account. And then if you want to come sprinkle some gambling money on things that Leonard Armstrong tells you about, please do it. But what the hell do you know about this stock? What's your edge on it? I've just spent 3 months trying to give you an edge, and you're going to go follow this $2.41 piece of shit stock? Aware Inc.? I know Ocean Sailing would say, breathe. Breathe deep, the gathering. Gloom. Watch lights fade from across the room. Semiconductors, technology. Well, certainly like semiconductors. I mean, maybe it's a reasonable one, but I don't know. There was a day when you run, Forrest, run. There was a day when all you talked about was Finger. Will you ever talk about that stock again? We got 12 minutes till the close. It's not true that that was all I ever talked about. So just because you say it doesn't make it true. It's just not true. It was never the case that all I ever talked about was Finger. It's just not true. So run, Forrest, run. The premise of your statement automatically disqualifies you as a bona fide listener. It's just not true. Secondly, the gentleman who championed Finger, who I supported, is a guy named Han. If you want to get news on Finger, you should go to Twitter. You search by the symbol for Finger, FNGR, you know it, and you'll find him. Subscribe to him, and you'll get at least once a day updates that are quite valuable and will keep you in the know about Finger. I have given my thoughts on Finger as recently as yesterday. I took probably 25 minutes to do so. But if I had to summarize Run, Forrest, Run, Finger right now versus Railtown, and I've been right. 2 months ago, Finger was $3.60. I said swap it for Railtown. Railtown was 25 cents, 28 cents. I got such blowback. Oh, William this, William that. Well, you could have swapped 1,000 shares of Finger 8 weeks ago for essentially 12,500 shares of Railtown. Today, you won't even get 3,000 shares for that swap. I still think it makes sense to do. What do I think Finger will do between now and October 15th? It is where I predicted. I said $1.50, give or take 25 cents. And now, if I had to predict it now, I'd say $1, give or take 25 cents, is the most likely case for Finger motion over the next 30 to 60 days. Railtown, I think Railtown by October 1 will be, as I just showed you, my prediction, it's not a promise, $7.50. Essentially, any price you pay up to 75 cents, I think you'll make 10 times your money in Railtown. Finger, it's flat to down. So why the hell would I waste time answering questions on Finger to a person that won't even use their real name? Anyway, if you want an update on Finger, the stock's trading at $1.48, $1.49. The volume is 292,000 shares. It's hard to borrow, so maybe there's something there for you. Run, Forrest, run. Pretty decent volume. It's up 6 cents to 7 cents today. Bob S says, let's hope not. Well, I already violated that, Bob. Sorry about that. All right, let me write that one down. We might get to 12 million, but I doubt it. I doubt we'll get to 12 million. But I like every little bit, Ralph. That's great. That is great. Good job, Ralph. That's awesome. Okay, here comes another asshole. Volkstoy King. Any chance of Rail performing a reverse split to avoid delisting to get over $1? No, no chance at all. You're not listening, Volkstoy. You just want to spread risk. You're so used to dealing with piece of shit companies trying to beat the system. The system wins every time. Adina Friedman, who runs NASDAQ, is in place because the system put her there. This goofball, Chuck Colson at Over the Counter, is in place because the system put him there. Janet Jackson, who runs the Financial Oversight Committee, Ann Wagner, she's there because the system put her there. The attorneys are paid for by Goldman Sachs and Stevie Cohen. The system, the documents were created by attorneys paid for from guys like Stevie Cohen. All of this is my opinion. You can't approve any of it. But the whole thing is against, and you're still in that. No, there is no chance in hell that Railtown will ever do a reverse split. Ever. The stock should be $5 today. The only reason it's down here, Volstoy, is because guys on your side of the fence have sold something like 46 million shares on their initial sell that they did not locate, they did not own, they could not borrow. Nobody on the inside of the company, nobody invested in the company is selling shares. It's just you guys. And why do you get away with it right now? Because the company is in a quiet period that's gone on for 6 months. There is zero chance of a reverse split. Thank you for bringing your effing FUD in here. Account settings. FINRA just filed a motion in the Meta Materials bankruptcy to block subpoenas for their trading data and rule, claiming the info is irrelevant, speculative, and too burdensome. Guys, you still want to fight that crap? You still want to fight it? Railtown is 51.89 with 5 minutes to go. MLSS is down 2 cents at 60 cents if you want to listen to Justin Babish. Finger, I already gave you. Nixie is down 4 cents at 185. G-Bucks up 8 cents at 78 cents. Energy Vault up 3.5 cents at 146.5. Better hurry. Oh my gosh, you better hurry. Better hurry. They have a tiniest of fractions of the world global electricity market. Mountain is down $3.91 at $11. MTEN. I heard things. I heard things. When are you going to realize that Frank and guys like Frank, I know they're great. They're great guys. I'm telling you, he's the best. He's looking out for you. He gets paid and he pretends you are his audience. Stop being his audience. I know you're not. He didn't do any hard work over the last 3 years to make you his audience. I'm not saying I did enough, but you are your audience and you collectively own 11 million shares of this stock. Don't give it to these other crappy things. I know, ocean sailing would tell me to breathe. Let me breathe. Let me breathe. Let me breathe. Let's see how I'm excited by Railtown's performance today. The bid is 52 cents and the ask is 52.79. The volume's only 124,860, which is, I think it's a pretty good sign. The stock is showing it wants to go up. We've got 2 minutes to go now. 52 to 52.79. Oh, this idiot. Seems like reverse splits are a trend lately. Guys, if you want to listen to this idiot, go get a computer, go to your mother's basement, set it up, tune in with him. You can play one of those video games with him, and you can talk about stocks. This guy has about as much knowledge about the stock market as, well, I'm not going to pick on names, but there's a whole group of names out there that don't know what they're talking about. Why? Because it's the top of a frenzy of a speculative market. Don't listen to this bullshit. Hang on to your stock. Do you know the only stock that these criminals can get is your stock? The insiders and the people close to Canaccord apparently own something like 50 million shares. People in Canada who have purchased stock in Railtown over the last many months and years own another 30 million shares. There's 100 million in the float. That's 80 million. You own 11 million. So I just counted for 90 million of it. All they can get is your stock. The rest of those people are not selling shares. So Volstoy comes in here to get you to think that, oh, it's a trend lately, reverse splits. Railtown isn't one of these shitty stocks attacked by the system. But if you want to listen to Volstoy King, because he's so reasonable, he's just another one of these shills. And then he'll say, oh, anybody that disagrees with you, you call him a shill? So MTEN closed at 11:03. And so that's completely round tripped. But hey, great story. This one's going to work. Yeah, this is a good one Frank brought. Yeah, Frank brought this. Brought it to the same clients that Ham has, but Frank calls them his clients. Nixie closed down 4 cents at $1.85. Energy Vault closed up 3 cents. Oh my gosh, at 146. G-Bucks, I think, did okay today, up 8 cents at 78 cents, but that's basically where it was in December, you know, when Goldman Sachs brought it to us. Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs wouldn't look at this deal. All right, so Railtown, right now the bid is 52 cents, the ask is 57 cents, the volume is 127,860. I only see one closing trade, 500 shares at 51.9. Remember, this guy wants you to sell your shares. He's working for the shorts. Donna M. Hope your foot's fit. Yeah, it is. Thank you very much. I bought. Wow, good for you. Good for you, Donna. I'm going to write that down. Donna, taking advantage of the sale in aisle 9. Good for you, Donna. That's great. That's awesome, Donna. Pizza rules, Volstoy King, that's a NASDAQ rule, not over the counter. That's true. But remember, Railtown also is a Canadian stock. So it's on the over the counter. Volstoy King doesn't do that homework. He's just here to cause FUD. Railtown trades on the over the counter almost as a courtesy. I mean, they chose the over the counter, no question. But Railtown is one, it's a member of the Canadian Stock Exchange 25. At least it was. That changes every quarter. It is, as of the last time I looked, one of the top 25 companies on the Canadian Stock Exchange. Railtown trades on over the counter, but it is a parallel trade. It is a mirror trade to the Canadian Stock Exchange. On the Canadian Stock Exchange, it trades right now for whatever the number is. It's probably 72 cents. Let me see if I can find out where it closed. But that does not have a 71 cents. 71 cents was the closing price. They don't have that issue of reverse splits. Tolstoy King, they want you to liquidate stock. They are caught out. And there's several types of these people. One are the guys that work with people like the Toad. And they make their living establishing huge positions, short, and then they do deals with investment bankers, and the bankers make money. Then there's the opportunistic day traders who work at these boiler rooms with other people's money, and they short everything on the over-the-counter stock. They don't think. They short everything because it's an open killing field, which Cromwell has created because he's paid off by these bastards. And so a guy like Volstoy King comes on here because he might be trying to close out 10,000 shares. And if they can get 20 cents on 10,000 shares, that's $2,000. That's a good day. It's better than digging ditches. It's better than driving a truck. It's better than changing bedpans. But that's why they come on and do it. And if you continue listening to them, you're going to lose your money. And they don't care about you. Robert Hicks, Moo showing 71 cents and Schwab is showing 51 cents. Well, I assume Moo is showing the Canadian stock price. It is a Canadian stock. The symbol is RAIL.CN or .ca. On the Canadian Stock Exchange. Railtown is a Canadian stock, RAIL, Railtown AI Technologies. RAIL on the Canadian. Moo may not even quote, I don't know, they may not even quote the over-the-counter. Railtown is a Canadian stock exchange stock. It closed at 71 cents Canadian. If you do the translation from the loonie to the greenback, you will find out 71 cents is approximately 51 cents US. In the United States, Railtown trades under the symbol RLAIF on the over-the-counter. It trades in US dollars. In Canada, Railtown trades in Canadian dollars. So I bet Moo is giving you a quote in Canadian dollars. Jack, good afternoon. Railtown is the only investment I have I had to worry about. Sounds like you're feeling better. Yeah, thank you, Jack. I'm sorry I'm getting all worked up. I just get frustrated by these people trying to steal your money. And they don't care. And I wonder why I should care when people are so foolish. A guy like Justin has no business playing these other stocks unless he's rich. But maybe he is rich. Jack Hamilton trying to sell more GTII. Good. So Donna and Jack are both trying to sell. You've done it before. And I think you should keep trying to do that. Robert Hicks, another one of these assholes. Yes, if you want to follow GTII, you can go to Twitter. You can look up Ham Short Killer, and he will talk about GTII. It was a stock he brought. It was his idea. Yes, I gave a lot of airtime to it. But Finger and GTII, both his recommendations, they're stocks he follows. If you want to follow the legal intricacies of GTII, I recommend Richard Hoffman, but I think I got put in the penalty box when early on I pointed out that there was a misalignment of interests when you looked at all the players bringing this through receivership. And I think my sense of it has proven correct. Yes, GTII is done for as it currently exists. If you own GTII, I think the most likely thing, short of being wiped out, is that shareholders might be worth a penny at the most in the new iteration of GTII. It is my opinion that both the whales and any company looking for a shell, there's better shells out there than GTII. GTII offers a lot of shareholders, but the CEO of this app, he already has you. He can already get you. He was given you as an audience that he did not develop, but he got you as an audience. So he already has you. He doesn't need to buy the shell of GTII to add 100 or 500 or even 1,000 of you to his story, probably. There are better shells to buy than GTII. GTII is largely owned by Reichman, the receiver, and some whales. The rest of us have a diminutive part. I don't see any reason for GTII to be worth anything. So yes, GTII is done for, as you put it. Thank you for your sincere question, asshole. Donna, hi Jack. I tried to sell GTI yesterday. Richard had another YouTube on the receiver today and doesn't sound promising. No, I kind of projected that. But I don't know. how you can sell it if the mood is turning. It may be impossible, but depending on your broker, you could ask them if they could give you a bid, and it might be 8 cents or something. I would do it all the way down. Anything for any cash, I would do it, but you have to make your own. You have to make your own decision. Sean Smith, no reason why the GTI receiver should not be going after Justine Reichman's assets, giving the information in his report. She needs to be held accountable along with her daddy and Griffin. Well, I don't think the receiver ever did the work. I think it was some attorneys, possibly Richard Hoffman, that did the work, and maybe some detective work. I don't think the receiver did much work on that. He did file reports, though, and but I think it was other people's work. I think you're lucky that the Whales want to go after the Reichmans. It does look like the Reichmans. They stand accused of some very serious stuff. I don't know the status, but receivership is like any situation involving attorneys in courts. It ends up in a settlement usually, and justice is the last thing that's on anybody's mind. The settlement allows attorneys to get paid out of the estate. Settlement allows the receiver to get paid for all of his hard work. Anyway, I don't want to go. It's just a sadness to see what's happening to me. But if you guys want to spend time on GTII, thinking about it, working on it, once it's in this legal area, it's no longer an investment. It's a legal process, whether it's bankruptcy or receivership. It's a whole different set of physics. It's a whole different set of rules. It's a whole different life. If you want to get buried in it, go get buried in it. You will make zero on your time. You are better spent with that time buying a position in Railtown, buy a position in Railtown, and go do the crosswords, and you'll be better off. The people that are going to make money in GTI are the receiver and maybe the attorneys that were involved. That's who's going to make money. But if you want to focus on it, you can focus on it. Northwest, let me buy all of your shares of Railtown for 75 cents. So Northwest is a short. He is a short. I wouldn't sell you my shares at 75 cents. Let me be clear to everybody out there. They are offering because they're trapped. And they think I somehow am desperate. My shares are in my IRA. It wouldn't change a thing in my life. So it's a non-starter. But if you sell your shares at 75 cents or at $2 or at $7.50, let's say, who's the last gentleman I just wrote down? Ralph Phan. He owns 82,500 shares of Railtown. If he sold his entire position, let's say at $7, because these guys will say that's a win. That's a win for retail. And then Frank gets you off into some stock he met at a bar. Kurt Kramer introduced him to, and hey, we could get you 300,000 shares and 15 grand a month if you'll just go out and talk about it and get Ham involved and get some others and can you get those guys down there? They're your clients, aren't they? Oh yeah, sure, and we'll give you the, we looks like the short position's this big, and if you get them going, you get it ramped up, we'll give you a bit of a kickback too if we make a profit. I don't know what the deals are, but they're all friends up there. They're all friends. They all work together. We are the source of capital. And so if Ralph were to sell 82,500 shares at 750, saying, hey, it's a win, and then he went over into Mountain at $25, now it's $11, that money's gone. It goes to the shorts. It goes to the criminals. It goes to feed the system. And the problem is, if Ralph did sell that much stock and maybe it pulled back to 675 and he could reestablish 10,000 shares. But the remaining shares, maybe the stock goes to $22 and he could never get back into it. Now, Platinum Blonde goes, now wait, if I sell a stock, wait, I can buy it back later, because she's an idiot too. I'm just tired of all these idiots. Why do you give these idiots time in your brain? This guy wants to buy my stock. Look at a guy like Bob S. Bob S. has 344,000 shares. If he gets seduced out of his stock at $10, which would be a nice trade, it'd be nice, it's a win for retail, he won't be able to reestablish 344,000 shares at 15 or at 20 or at 30. Why? Because the criminals will not be able to sell stock pell-mell that doesn't exist. So the Platinum Blonde, who you want to listen to, and Tony De Niro, who says, yeah, right, another functional idiot. If you guys want to listen to idiots, you're going to lose your money. The reason Railtown is trading under 60 cents right now is on February 11th, 2025, they announced, you know what, I'm going to read it to you again. These people want you out of the stock. You live in a world where your attention span is all of TikTok. And so you forget why you're in the stock. You forget. And they can get you looking at what? What are these other stocks they're trying to get you looking at? The volume in Canada today was very low, 34,000 shares. I think that's fantastic news. I think that's a very bullish sign. There's nobody close to the company, nobody with big money in the company, nobody that knows what's going on that's selling stock. Volstoy King. Well, reverse splits are, seems like everyone's doing it, to get it above $1. Guys, please stop listening to functional idiots. Okay, 5 months ago, on February 11th, here was the headline. Railtown AI Technologies announces MOU to acquire AI partnerships. So what Volstoy's computers do, what this other guy, Armstrong, what their computers do while they're asleep, while they're out banging their neighbor's wife, while they're out driving their white fetish automobiles, while they're out at temple getting absolution because they're chosen, and everyone else isn't even a human being. Whatever's going on in their lives. Their computers are set when they see a headline that says memorandum of understanding, sell, 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 sell. That's all, that they don't even know, but the computer sells. Why? Two reasons. Both related. Both related. If there's a memorandum of understanding between the CEO of Railtown and the CEO of AI Partnerships to be acquired, it's going to be based on a stock price. What does that mean? A percentage ownership of the company. What else does it mean? It means take the stock price, multiply it by the number of shares, and this is the value. So what the shorts realize is if they can drive the stock price down to 1/10 of what it was trading for, the CEOs will probably walk away from the deal. They have a winning trade because all the people long in the stock will sell the stock. They can cover, they got to win it, they make money. Adina Friedman doesn't care. Charlie Cromwell, Coulson, Cheshire Cat Smile, he doesn't care. The other reason they see this MOU and it says in a few weeks we'll have the LOI, they figure, you know what we can do? Sell, 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 sell. Drive the stock price down. And when, let's say it's the toad, when Canaccord comes to market with the offering, they go ahead with the deal. They're so desperate. They go ahead anyway. Look at collective audience. That brain who wouldn't listen to me. But he's fine. He's on vacation. Nobody at collective audience would listen to me. And it's a complete wipeout. And the CEO goes on with his career. Was he in on it? The second thing they do, as they drive it down, they collect cash in their account. As the stock goes down, if it gets consummated, instead of being done for 10 million shares, it's done for 100 million shares. And then they can make a profit. They have their computers set on sell. When they see MOU, letter of intent, weeks, and so they try to break it up. Guess what, though? Railtown doesn't need Jeff Easton's money. It doesn't need Ari Rubenstein's money. It doesn't need Kurt Kramer's money, which are their clients. Doesn't need it. It's not going to happen this time. They played by the same tricks, but instead of finding I don't know, a squirrel to eat, they found a porcupine. They can't digest this one. So on February 11th, 2025, Railtown AI Technologies is pleased to announce it has executed on a memorandum of understanding. Sell, 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 sell for the acquisition of AI Partnerships Corp, a Toronto-based company that has established an affiliate network of over 160, primarily North American, AI software as a service companies who provide AI-based vertical market solutions, that's within a company's network, and AI development and management tools. The acquisition will create a dynamic organization that drives substantial revenue growth and scales enterprise AI solutions worldwide. AIP's affiliate network operates in 13 countries and delivers AI-based solutions to a diverse client base across multiple industries, including fintech, health tech, healthcare, manufacturing, supply chain management, as well as sector agnostic applications and AI development and management tools. The combination of Railtown AI and AIP is expected to provide both organizations with an opportunity to leverage Railtown AI's Conductor product as a platform of choice for AI application development by AIP's current and future affiliates and their end users. One of the fundamental objectives in the establishment of AIP's affiliate network was to allow AIP to identify and acquire the best affiliates as part of a broader strategic roll-up strategy. The transaction is expected to provide the resulting entity, the combined company, the benefits of being public, which is nothing if Adena Friedman's involved, with access to capital markets, as it executes its affiliate acquisition strategy. AIP's established affiliate network provides a significant opportunity to grow recurring revenue streams through affiliate acquisitions. And these revenue streams could be enhanced by deploying Railtown AI's proprietary technologies across the affiliate network, 160 companies, and the affiliates' customers of 160 companies. Key drivers of revenue growth include affiliate acquisitions. The NewCo plans to acquire select high-performing affiliates, and as a result of combining their product offerings, the combined company will be able to provide a rich suite of vertical market AI-based applications and development tools in order to meet the needs of the entire network's 160 company enterprise clients. Another driver of revenue growth, platform integration. Railtown AI's Conductor platform can streamline AI development for the network's affiliates and their enterprise clients, increasing both adoption of Conductor and productivity for those clients. Another way for revenue growth, expanded partnerships with relationships already in place with major technology partners, including Mila and Amy, Microsoft, NVIDIA, AMD, and UBC. The company will continue to leverage these partnerships to accelerate enterprise sales and product innovation. Another driver of revenue growth, recurring enterprise revenue. The integration of AI-based vertical market applications along with AI development and management tools and services across the entire affiliate network, over 160 companies, is anticipated to drive strong recurring revenue growth from long-term enterprise contracts. We've already seen 4 or 5 of these. They just leave out the revenue because we're in a quiet period. Quote, this acquisition represents a transformative moment for both Railtown AI and AI Partnerships Corp. By combining our conductor platform, with AIP's extensive affiliate network and enterprise partnerships, by combining Conductor with the affiliate network of over 160 companies and their enterprise clients, we are creating a powerhouse. We're not creating a mouse. We're not creating a GTII. We're not creating G-Bucks. We are creating a powerhouse that will drive significant revenue growth and deliver innovative AI solutions to businesses all over the world. The opportunities ahead are immense. He didn't say the opportunities ahead are just like Nixie. He didn't say the opportunities are ahead just like G-Bucks. He didn't say the opportunities ahead are just like MLSS. He didn't say the opportunities ahead are just like NRGV. He didn't say the opportunities ahead are like a Chinese company that sells wheelchairs to a population that has collapsed. He didn't say the opportunities ahead are just like ZJYL. He didn't say any of that. He said the opportunities ahead are immense. What do you think of when you think of immense? The universe? Rosie O'Donnell? Population of cockroaches in North America? What does immense mean to you? The opportunities ahead are immense. We are poised to expand our reach, to scale enterprise sales, and to accelerate innovation across industries. Together, AIP and Railtown, we will shape the future of artificial intelligence in ways that unlock long-term value, so you don't want to be hot money, for our shareholders, customers, and partners, said Corey Brandolini, CEO of Railtown AI Technologies. Quote, from its inception, AIP set out to assemble the largest, he didn't say the smallest, he didn't say a ragtag group, he didn't say just anybody that walks in. AIP set out to assemble the largest network of AI solutions organizations who provide a diverse package of AI solutions that meet the needs of enterprises in industry sectors which realize significant rates of return on investment from the adoption of AI-based application solutions. We found, this is AIP, this is Dr. Tom Core, This is John Ruffalo. This is Mike Norbrega. We found, it's the guy from IBM. We found Railtown's conductor had broad deployment relevance. Can I put that in English? We think hot conductor is hot shit and everybody in our network is going to use it. We found Railtown's conductor had broad deployment relevance across the entirety of our network. With the combination of Railtown and AIP, we are excited to, I hate this word, it's not a word. We are excited to actualize our public market vision as we seek to commence with an aggressive, targeted affiliate acquisition mandate upon the conclusion of this exciting transaction, stated Dr. Tom Corr, Call in Love of AI Partnerships Corp. To facilitate the acquisition transaction, Canaccord Genuity Corp has been engaged as exclusive financial advisor. Now, there's no question Canaccord works with the criminals, facilitates shorting of American stocks. They're in on it big time. On the other hand, it's just part of the company. The rest of the company is a real investment bank. Canaccord Genuity Corp has been engaged as an exclusive financial advisor and lead agent to the company in connection with the acquisition transaction and any concurrent financing. I'm sure there'll be a financing. I mean, Canaccord has been working on this at least 6 months. They got to get paid somehow. So here's the sentence that gets Volstoy King, this guy Armstrong, the others, it gets the computers selling. Here's the sentence. Both companies are working toward finalizing a letter of intent to formalize the acquisition in the coming weeks. The standard procedure that Brent Sun can't see, that Peter Boards can't see, that Jeremy Fromner can't see, that I don't know, these other CEOs, I don't know. The standard operating procedure is, okay, we know one company's buying another, they're going to use shares, presumably. So if we sell the price down, if they agreed 10 million shares, Canada, at 70 cents, if we can drive the price down to 7 cents, to get the equivalent value, they'll have to issue 100 million shares. That's their business strategy. That's their business model. Destroy, destroy, destroy. And Chuck E. Cheese Cromwell goes along with it. Adina Friedman goes along with it because she's one of the top 5 most powerful women on Wall Street. And isn't it a benefit to have women on Wall Street like Adina Friedman? I used to work with the first woman to ever have a seat on the exchange. I worked with her. I could see women that worked hard and actually added benefit. Not Adina Friedman. Complete joke. So anyway, they see the LOI, they sell down the price. One thing, they can bust the trade, so they have a profitable short. The other thing, if they can drive it down, a la MMAT, MULN, COSM, any of Frank's stocks, like the clean plastic C company. They drive it down, they get the deal done. It doesn't matter how good the news is. The per share impact is destroyed. It's de minimis. So they make money. The whole market is rigged for the shorts. The attorneys, the regulators, for Congress, the lobbyists, the journalists, the professors, your brokerage firm, the stock loan desks, the prime brokers, the hedge funds, the entire US market is rigged so short sellers can make money. And then who are the short sellers? The greedy guys, the bird dogs, Kurt Kramer, Jeff Easton, Ari Rubenstein, this guy Andrew Left, and Moez Kassam. And you're going to beat them? Frank Benedetto's going to lead you to the stock that beats them? It's not just Frank, by the way. I'm sure he does the best he can. When you have limited skills and limited brains, you do the best you can. You don't have to listen to him anymore. Breathe. So anyway, that sentence, both companies are working toward finalizing a letter of intent, caused the computers to just sell. And now you've got probably the opening positions add up to something like 46 million shares of Railtown that has been sold short. That's suppressing the price. In addition, the people who can buy the stock cannot buy it while it's in a quiet period. So the combination has kept the stock at 50 cents. And these idiots who think they're so talented, they keep selling because it always works. They don't do any homework. They don't study it. They're starting to see what they're caught in. They're starting to see it. And I'll tell you, it scares the hell out of me if this stock does have a squeeze that, you're going to get tempted to sell. Wow, I made 20 times my money. And then you won't get back in. But let's not worry about it. There will be a price at which you should sell. I'll have to do. We don't have enough information. Let's wait and see if they announce that this deal is completed, what kind of news they put in there, and then we can start extrapolating what the company should be trading for. We can use a wide discount to allow for the fact that we really don't know what we're talking about. But others at big institutions will be doing those calculations. They won't be concerned with the short squeeze or the shorts. They'll just buy the stock. So you're going to see, if you get out of the stock in a squeeze, you're going to see the stock go from weak hands to strong hands. And it'll be the strongest hands. It'll be people that want to own this stock for 5 or 10 years. And you'll never get them to sell. You're so lucky right now. You're so lucky. You're able to build this position, which I admire you for. Because of your hard work, there's over 11 million shares here. You're able to do it because the idiots are selling the stock. The Volstoy King still thinks it's an over-the-counter stock. Complete idiot. Lazy. Don't listen to him. Let him lose his money. He'll cheat most of the time he makes money, but he's going to lose in this case. Don't join in. Don't join in. And don't get distracted by all these other names. You're not going to make the money you're going to make here. Of course, this is all in my judgment. My whole videos are all my opinion. They're all educational. They should be satire, but I lose my sense of humor. All right, so that's the sentence that trapped the shorts. That's why the stock is cheap. And the company can't talk about revenues. The analysts can't talk. Nothing gets released. So you sit here wondering, oh, well, can this stock really go up? It looks just like these other stocks. It's not. It's not. It's not. You got lucky here. Somebody's looking out for you. All right, just to continue. This acquisition of AI Partners by Railtown is expected to position the new company, the combined company, so that it can capitalize on the rapidly expanding demand for AI solutions in key sectors. The ability to provide enterprise clients with a fully integrated suite, not just one thing, the whole kit caboodle, to provide enterprise clients with a fully integrated suite of AI tools and services, which range from software as a service application to advanced development platforms. Being able to provide this suite gives the combined company a strong competitive advantage, both in the domestic, are they talking Canada? And international markets, are they talking the United States? The leadership of Railtown and AIP are aligned in their vision to create long-term value through technology, innovation, and revenue growth. This guy's offering because he's trapped, and he's a short. Please don't turn this trade into hot money. These guys will strip you. They will strip you. They've done it. We've learned over the last 3 or 4 years. All we can do now, we can't change what happened. We can do our best today and promise to try to do better tomorrow. And you got to get away from the lying scum that are people like Northwest. Sean Smith, do we have any end user feedback on firms that have been using Railtown to get real market feedback? They're in a quiet period, so the only 2 things I can call your attention to a few things. I'm not going to play videos for you, but I've played the videos. I can do it maybe tomorrow. A year ago, this research, based on our discussions with several customers of Railtown, the value proposition of Railtown's AI tool is quite impressive. In our interviews with customers, they reported that Railtown's platform saves each developer about 15 to 25% of their time. So that's a very positive feedback. Corey, in his video a year ago, now you can say, he's lying. I don't think he is. I think he's a honorable man, but if you want to be skeptical, I guess you can. It's probably not in this. Okay, here. Okay, so that's one of his commentaries. It doesn't include what I was hoping. Let me look here. Okay, here. Summary of one of Corey's 2 presentations on YouTube. Oh, this doesn't say it either. But what he said was, there's nothing bigger than the software market. They have integrated their tools and they're all best in class. Corey says their tools are all best in class. They're the first mover. He said that Microsoft is very interested. There's one of your proofs. It's hard to get into the Microsoft ecosystem. They're in it. That's one of your proofs. They're battle tested. Okay, here, maybe it's here. Nope. I can just tell you from memory what he said, but it'd be better if I could just find it. Or maybe it's here. Maybe it's on another page here. Anyway, he said on a video here, but here it is, maybe. And of course, this isn't third party. This is what Corey said. He said, we are generating we're receiving phenomenal numbers from our customers with their battle-tested plan. But they can't talk about it because it's in a quiet period. And none of their customers can talk about it. All right, so those are 2 sources, one from the research, one from Corey. Another source, I just read to you, Sean, AI Partners, which was founded by the people who established the Ontario the Ontario Municipal Employee Retirement System and their venture funds. And they backed Constellation Software with $25 million. That's now a $100 billion company. That group, Mike Norbrega, John Ruffalo, Dr. Tom Core, they started AI Partnerships. They have 165 companies in the network. Railtown came along. They found out about Conductor. They said, buy us. We want to join you. I think that's all the confirmation you need. These are people that invested over time hundreds of millions of dollars in technology companies. They established their own company to take advantage of the AI revolution by copying the Constellation software model in the AI startup space, and they chose Conductor. I think that's all you need to know. The final thing we know is that Railtown has announced, they're meaningless announcements because they don't put any revenue numbers in them. But I'll go from most recent. July 28th, Railtown AI Technologies and AI Partnerships Corp. partner with Brayett AI Inc. to bring Canadian AI innovation to the Middle East. I think that confirms that the product is viable. Then they announced they put out a new feature called automatic triage. I'm not going to open that up. They announced last month a strategic development and revenue sharing partnership with Ignite Sequence LLC. This was on July 10th. They're pleased to announce entered into a strategic development and revenue sharing partnership with Ignite Sequence LLC, the parent company of Ignite Now, a US-based leader in data-driven strategies for growth and execution. They chose Railtown. There's no revenues in it because it's a quiet period. So then on June 17th, Rail AI Technologies, Inc. announces strategic partnership with Quantum.IQ and a private placement, which was separate. But Quantum, they've entered into a licensing agreement with Quantum IQ AI Technologies. This marks the beginning of a strategic partnership aimed at expanding Railtown's application general intelligence platform into the rapidly evolving field of quantum computing infrastructure and development. This partnership will specifically extend Railtown's Conductor platform to power a first-of-its-kind hybrid quantum cloud platform designed to assist developers to seamlessly integrate quantum computing into the real world of applications. This is confirmation. There's no revenues because they can't talk about them in the quiet period. Railtown AI Technologies on June 9th announces strategic partnership with ESG AI Technologies, Inc. Is pleased to announce a strategic partnership with ESG AI Technologies to co-develop an advanced suite of intelligent environmental, social, and governance software agents designed to automate and streamline ESG data management, reporting, and analysis for enterprises. They have the London Stock Exchange. Again, they don't talk about the revenue, but that's four confirmations of the value of Conductor. Then they announced the commercialization of rail tracks and lane tracks. They announced that they are going to be at another, those gatherings of people that you blurb and talk about yourself, convention. And then they've announced a visual studio extension to their product. And that basically, as I understand it, allows integration of all the tools that everybody uses. That's it. So those are my confirmations. They may not seem relevant to you, but there's at least 5 companies announced that have come in. They've seen what Conductor has. They said, sign me up. The head of the entire AI partnership said, sign us up. And the only reason there's doubt and stalling is the darn thing is taking so long to announce. Now, could it be that the merger between Railtown AI Technologies and AI partnerships has somehow fallen apart? I suppose that's possible, but if it had happened, that would have been announced. There's no reason to delay that announcement. So I think it's highly unlikely that it's fallen apart. Secondly, they just announced the most recent enterprise agreement partnership together. So they're obviously working together. Again, that's a judgment call. What could be delaying it? What could be delaying it is a dozen attorneys at Railtown, a dozen attorneys at AI Partnerships, 2 attorneys apiece at 160 companies, 2 dozen. That's 4 dozen attorneys. A dozen attorneys at the regulators. That's 60 attorneys minimum, all having to work together. Can you imagine a more nightmare situation? And then you've got the boards and the businessmen and women, and you've got decisions, and you've got people that died or are in the hospital or have retired or have quit. You've got to get votes and acceptance and lockups and the whole thing. I think it makes sense that it takes a long time. I really do. But when it's just gonna, when it just finally gets finished, I think it's going to be exciting. I'm holding until Microsoft scoops up. Well, it could be Microsoft. I think Microsoft is the most logical because they've, so to speak, been in bed with Microsoft for a long time. But I don't think Microsoft's the only buyer. I think NVIDIA could be, AMD. Those 2 companies are in their partnership. But Apple's behind. Elon Musk is aggressive. I don't understand a lot of these companies, but Broadcom, Larry Eliason's company. I mean, there's a lot of people that could come in and bid. The other alternative is the company just stays alone as a unicorn. Their product is a supra product. It has application across competitors. It's not a product that needs to be purchased by one company to compete with the company that has the competing agent. Anyway, I might be wrong, but this seems to be an agent that's on top of both those competing agents. It helps them both. So it seems like the addressable market is the entire market, and they can be friends with everybody. So it's really exciting. Anybody could buy them. I think Microsoft is the most logical, but it could be anybody, or they stand alone. Steve, I can do drugs because of my job. Well, I don't know. How many mistakes have you made in your life when you were sober? I don't know. I've never been a fan of drugs. And it's been a while since I've had a drink. So I don't judge it because I did drink. But, and I don't know, you know, I don't want to rationalize my drinking, but I always thought anyway that I was, you know, I don't know. The longer I'm away from it, I think that most people make their mistakes drinking and drugging. And maybe the Jewish faith, the Arab, the Muslim faith, maybe Mormonism. Maybe they have it right. You don't drink. Maybe they got it right. The Baptists, next to nothing trading in Railtown. Nobody's selling. That's right, Go Hogs. That's how I see it. Nobody's selling. I don't know. I don't know where they got that. It might be from records when I was fighting to keep my house. It could be from people I trusted. I gave out my number. Um, I've grown to not trust anybody in these so-called communities blindly. I don't trust anybody blindly. Um, People are either outright working with the shorts or they're so dim that their actions end up helping the shorts. Either way, you don't have time for those people anymore. I'm telling you, in my judgment, for those pots of money, for the junk money, the high risk money, the speculative money, Railtown is the way to get away from this. And then, hopefully I can show you ways to invest for income for the next bull market, whatever. But maybe in a company, maybe in a exchange, maybe in we'll see. But make no mistake about it, these guys are going to come after your money. They think you are their audience. I beg to differ with them, but ultimately, this audience is you, so it's your decision. But Railtown, I mean, just look at it. If we have 11 million shares of Railtown and it goes to $10, these guys are going to be all over you, so they can provide for their families. I'd like you to provide for your families and your grandchildren and to be your own financial power, independent power. But what if that went to $100? It won't happen right away, but what if it went to $100 in 2 years, 18 months? They're going to really come after you. And I would hope we could all stick together and do things together. But we'll see. Well, that's down. That's all right. So Concrete Jungle City wants you to hurry and rush over to Finger. Let's see how Finger closed. Damn it. I just so sick of it. Finger's down a penny. It's 147. It closed up 4%, but it's down 70.68 in the aftermarket. So if you want to listen to Concrete Jungle City, go lose your money. Kay Parker. Seems this fraudster is still at it again. Is that me you're talking about? I'm a fraudster? Kay Parker? You're not a woman. I can tell that. Concrete Jungle City. Wow, so all of the stocks are a piece of shit if it's not Railtown? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Pretty much. Yep. Anything brought to you in this space where the company needs capital and they trade on the over-the-counter or the NASDAQ, pretty much they're all going to get wiped out. Whether it's COSM, MMAT, MULN, ROOT, WULF, even Finger now, FNGR, MTLP, uh, uh, MTEN, complete round trip. G-Bucks, ZJYL, GDC, they're all crap. They're all crap. So yes, wow. It's eye-opening, isn't it, Concrete Jungle City? It's eye-opening. They're all shit. It really is eye-opening. I'm confused. Sounds very hostile. What's confusing about me being hostile? Whatever it is, in this space, I'm against it. If a stock's brought to you by Frank Benedetto, I'm against it. If a stock's brought to you by other people like that, I'm against it. If a stock has the story that's basically a large short position and it's got all the buzzwords that are currently in the news, I'm against it. If it's stock that requires people to pump it up, I'm against it. If it's a stock that comes here and people say they can swing trade it, I'm against it. What's confusing about that? I'm pretty clear. There's one stock you should own right now, Railtown. There's other stocks I follow and I have recommended in the past. I will recommend again. But right now, Concrete Jungle City, it's not confusing. Buy Railtown. Ignore all the rest. I'm talking about in the speculative space, the high risk space, and the junk space. One stock to own, Railtown, right now. Own it for the next 6 to 8 weeks, and then we'll talk. There's not a single stock out there in the rest of this space that people like you are not trying to purloin capital from this audience and to steal the entire market cap. So yes, you can be confused, but I think I'm being very clear. I'm hostile against you. I'm hostile against anybody that comes in here with those lies, that cowardly stealing without a real name. I'm hostile. You got it. You got it. I'm hostile. Andrea, all the excitement, what for? For the price to go 51 cents to 52 cents? You're not a woman. You're a man. Yeah, I think it's pretty exciting. They've been trying to get the stock down, Andrea, you have, for the last 3 weeks. The stock is in a quiet period, so the company cannot talk. They can't tell me anything that's material. They did talk to me the other day, and I think I can relay a couple of things that were said. I tried to take notes. There's a lot of backing for Railtown over the years, and they estimate, then I've gotten this number from a number of people, they estimate over 15 million shares closely held. Pretty big number. So Andrea, you're not going to get those shares. I can't be specific, but I can say that the general tone was that the relationship between Railtown and AIP Partners is strong. But I can't, they didn't tell me the deal's done or it's going to be done, but the relationship is strong. Broadly, the gentleman I spoke with discussed when you go from a research and development company to a company that is commercializing and trying to grow revenue quickly, there's essentially, and I'm doing this by memory now, but there's essentially three ways to do it. One is organically. You do it bit by bit, the way they announced. We go out, we get our customers, and they're doing that. But that is expensive and slow in some ways, but they're doing it. The second way is you can go to a business broker or a banker and you can screen deals to acquire, but those can take years, like literally a year, 2 years to screen and become comfortable with, and that might not be the most efficient way. Or you can buy a network. You can buy a network. Now, they didn't say the network deal is finished. I must emphasize that. But if you buy a network, you jumpstart your revenue massively. And if that can be announced as completed, Andrea, that's going to be really exciting. The excitement's going to be that you guys are short at 51 cents and the stock essentially opens at $5. Now, the stock's already trading, and when I say opens, it's like I'm comparing it pre-market money, pre-money money, or pre-IPO money. I'm using that terminology. You price the IPO, then it opens. But whether it takes a day or a week or a month, Andrea, make no mistake, the next move is to $5. That will be exciting. And what I'll love to see is how you handle it with your feminine name, even though you're a guy. Yeah, some of this is very exciting, what I was told. It's not insider, it's not material information, it's opinions. I just don't know if I can say it. I don't know if I have the permission to say it. But I mean, it's nothing secret. They do have revenues, but we know that. He didn't tell me how much. So we'll find out about that. He said, and I think I can say this because it's been in the presentations and it's been in the news stories, but they have three functioning pieces of IP, intellectual property, with broad AI relevance. I already said that he's told me this, and I think this is something that if you call into the company, they'll tell you. That he expects the conclusion of that February 11th announcement to be imminent. I don't know what imminent means. Is it 1 day, 1 week, 1 month? I don't know. But he expects it to be imminent. I think I can tell you this. They want to build the foremost AI company in the country. That's what they want to do. And you know what I said? Which country? United States or Canada? Canada is what they're talking about. So yeah, Andrea, it's very exciting. Very exciting. And I don't know, tomorrow's Thursday. I would guess nothing's going to happen this week, so you'll have a chance to keep trying to sell it off. But I think it's really exciting that you guys haven't been able to keep it under 50 cents. And I think it's indicative that you're trapped and there's no selling. You're really surprised at how little there is for sale. So yeah, I think it's exciting. Here comes Andrea. Hasn't this guy done enough damage? I don't know. You know, that's for you to decide, I guess, Andrea. I would suggest that you and your type have done far more damage than I have. I do look over the last 3 years, and I think early on I was naive to believe the stories I was told. I was naive to believe that the system is set up to protect investors. I was naive to believe that short positions had to be covered. It's only in the last 2 or 3 months that I discovered, and I'm willing to accept the evidence, that brokerage firms do not have to give us shares. It was made legal under Bill Clinton for companies just to provide entitlements when we buy stock. So I can see why you guys are here. I see that it's a really good criminal, but good business plan that you guys execute. And no wonder you have such good attorneys and live such a prosperous life. But it's crooked. It's immoral. And I think the damage done is by you, Andrea, not by me. Concrete City, lots of laughs, geez, whatever that means. Giuseppe, there's over 40 homicides for 100. Not the worst ratio, but not the best. I think the death toll in Gaza Strip is far higher, and it's implemented by the government of Israel, and it's a genocide. I think the United States is complicit in it, so I think it's worse there. The murder rates in DC are sharply skewed to the poorer neighborhoods and mostly African American neighborhoods. There's still the problem in America, and it's not helped by women, white women, leaping in front of minorities in their entitlement because they've been so transgressed upon over the years. But our educational system is female. It's feminized, and it's mostly uh, bloated in DC. There are some men, but it's bloated. My point is, there's also a trend in DC, not just among African Americans, but also among white women and Asian women, for women to have children without fathers. So the home is feminine, the schools are feminine, the training is feminine, the direction for jobs is feminine. So you have a lot of young men who are, particularly if they're straight, there's no way to buy into the system or tomorrow. There's frustration. How do you compete with it? How do you make a living? How do you attract? And there's no, look, I'm all for the changes in women's roles, but there's no change being allocated to the male role. And women, as they make more money, they all want to date men that are 6'2" or taller and are making more money than they are or better educated than they are. So we have a society now that younger women are all dating the same men. But that leaves a lot of men frustrated without role models, without a clear path to how they're going to lead a life. And frankly, in DC, it used to be, and I think it still is true, unless you've gone to college, unless you've been fortunate enough to work through that, it's very difficult for a lost young man in DC to get a job in an office or even on a construction site when there's all these DEI, you got to hire women, you got to all that, but also women are less threatening and they get hired. So there's a lost, and it's been this way for a while in DC. There's been lost generations of men, and I don't know the answer. I think the answer probably is, which would shock people, it probably is military service, because we're not like the UK where you take your A levels, and if you pass, you go on to university. If you don't, you go into the trades. We don't have an active alternative educational system for the trades because our education is all designed by women. Ideally, we'd have here in DC, we'd have from high school onward, we'd train young men to do other things if they wanted, other than getting a gender studies degree, and becoming a simp. And men don't want to do that. Men have basically 4 roles, and that's over eons. It's to provide, to protect, I got to remember them all, to mentor, and to lead. Those are the 4 things. And men lead men, usually better than women lead men. But in this great feminist change, on top of everything else, racism and inequality of opportunity and inequality of ownership, and the banks come in here and take homes from these families to yuppify everything. In addition to all of that, we've changed the rules for women. So a woman now can go out and, to put it politely, sow her oats. It's empowering to go sleep around with as many people as possible. That's empowering. But if a man is doing things like that, there are court systems that trap him if he has children. If he gets married, he has to give up half of everything. There's an inequality there, so men opt out. A lot of roles have, and I'm all for it. Women can lead, they can provide, they can, I guess, mentor. They hate each other. They don't like to mentor each other, but they can take over those kind of roles. But there's no new roles for men. No new roles. They're expected to somehow still do those roles. But as the women take over the air-conditioned jobs, the men are still out doing the thankless jobs. And to a young man looking at his father maybe showing up to work every day and just making a moderate income, and then watching women have the privileged path from school onward. School tells them that men are toxic and the future is female. They opt out. They opt out. And what's the alternative? It's all these idiotic gangs and guns and drugs and the thug life. And it looks better. Then we have a lot of people in D.C. and the surrounding area that came in under Joe Biden who shouldn't be here, frankly, but they are. That's as opposed to me by the people who have come in, and some are here illegally, but they've come in and worked hard and added to our economy. So it gets a little confusing. But gangs are the alternative, and that's where the murders are coming, and the robberies and the desperation. My answer is military service. If you don't graduate high school, and maybe it has to be, if you don't go to college, you have to do 2 years at least of community, some sort of trade school. But if you don't have that, you got to join them. You got mandatory military service, because I think the military teaches men to take responsibility, look out for each other. It is a place where young men can learn a code instead of the code of the streets. And that's how I would fix DC, is I think you need 1 or 2 generations where you provide hope and you provide concrete training, which I think might be the military, it might be the trades, but you have to, during those high hormone years, 16 to maybe 21, you've got to make a man out of these young men. And I think if that happened 1 generation, the next generation, those children would go to college, and we'd be okay. But you also have to fix, I believe, the family. You can't have this idiocy of women having it all. Well, that's fine. If the women in the relationship wants to be in the man in the relationship. I don't know many men that want to date a man, but if she wants to be the man, you got to give some other roles for the men. But most women, boss babes, they don't want a man that stays at home and takes care of the kids. They want an even more successful man. We're in a big experiment, and it's the horrible destruction of the family, but most importantly, it's the destruction of young men's futures. Young men don't understand what they can be, and they end up with bad influences, and they do this high life, and I just really can't blame them. What's their future? The school system is designed for women, not men. A lot of men don't respond well in that. So anyway, Giuseppe, I go on and on. I could go on a lot longer. But I have a lot of compassion for these young men. It's horrible, some of the things that happen, but it's a symptom. They're not born evil. They aren't evil. They just aren't shown the way. And there's anger, there's hurt. There's no man taking care. Anyway, let me move on. All right, Andrea's going to come in with his comments. Look at him go. Like an auction house, very forcibly telling you to sell your mother and put everything on real. I didn't say that. Let me be clear. I'm not saying sell your mother. I'm saying sell these other junk stocks, high-risk stocks that you don't know anything about, that you're swing trading. You're listening to some guy on a space call. And I admit, you're listening to me right now. So if you don't want to listen to me, don't. But right now, the stock to be in is in Railtown. And Andrea, this guy here, Andrea, I've done somewhere. I'll just compare it to finger motion because I have it in my memory. About 7 weeks ago, a woman asked me, what should she do with her 1,000 shares of finger? I said, sell it. Buy Railtown. Of course, I can't give you, I don't know your particulars, but I said that's what I would do if I were in that situation. At that time, Finger was trading for $3.65 to my memory. Railtown was roughly 25 cents, 27 cents. And she could have sold 1,000 shares of Finger for about 12,400 shares of Railtown. 1,000 Finger, 12,400 shares of Railtown. If she held on to her Finger instead of making the swap, she now has $1,500 worth of stock. If she bought 12,500 shares, let's just call it 12,000 shares of Railtown, she now has, it was closer to 12 and a half, but let's just use 12,000. She now has 6,000. She has over $6,000 worth of Railtown stock. So yes, Andrea, I am telling people that in my judgment, to escape you and escape this entire nightmare, they should sell the high-risk stocks, the junk stocks, and the speculative stocks, the manipulated stocks, these story stocks, and buy Railtown. And Andrea, if you had been listening, but I know you don't, I said do it for 8 weeks. Well, if somebody did it in June, I just showed you that they're better off. But unfortunately, I thought that it just made sense to me. They would finish this up in June. The news said it was weeks. June was the last month of the quarter and of the first 6 months, it just made sense. It'd be done. On June 5th, followed my own advice. But I was wrong. All of June went by. They didn't finish it. All of July went by. They didn't finish it. And as far as I know, all of August will go by before they finish it. I do get the sense, though, after my conversation 2 days ago, that by cautioning that the news could come in September, I'm probably being way too conservative. It sounds like it's going to get done, whatever done means, finished, completed in August. So I've just tried to get people to think about September so they're not susceptible to your FUD. That's what I've tried to do. I did do a study of a lot of the shares. I don't think I have it here. I think I deleted it. But Andrea, there is not a situation where people would be better off if instead of committing to Railtown in June, if they picked a stock like G-Bucks, they lost 90% of their money. Depending on when they got into MTN, they could have lost 70% of their money, depending on what they paid. But if instead they just sort of spread it out, Andrea, they'd be worse off than if they had purchased Railtown. And yes, I am saying get out of those stories and buy Railtown. I am saying focus only on Railtown. I am saying that. But I'm not saying sell your mother. I'm not saying sell your CDs or your car or your, something that's an asset that would be considered conservative. I'm not saying that. I'm saying this kind of thing, escape from guys like you. I want these people to escape from guys like you, Andrea. You are the scum, absolute scum of the investment world. The stocks you recommend and manipulate are also, unfortunately, because of their desperation, because Adina Friedman and Cromwell Coulson don't care. The stocks are subject to your scummery. And what are the last 10 stocks, Andrea? Give me the name of the last 10 stocks that I recommended. I haven't recommended 10 stocks. I have not recommended 10 stocks. I did make recommendations several times in finger trading, and I was right, by the way. People, if they listened to me, made money. I was wrong early on in finger, GTII, CRTD, because I bought into the idea that short squeezes could occur, but I've educated myself a lot. And I've tried to educate everybody here. I no longer believe, and let me make it be clear, I do not think finger will ever have a short squeeze. GTII will never have a short squeeze. CRTD will never squeeze. I think Frommer either did it intentionally or stupidly, but he just worked with Jeff Easton to make sure shareholders were wiped out. It might have been out of stupidity, not intentionally. But yeah, I think you guys, Andrea, you have the game wrapped up, and then you get desperate now. You're trying to appeal to people's emotion and disgust for me. So they'll bail you out. But you're trapped in Railtown. Good luck, Andrea. You and your buddies are going to be in a lot of trouble in Railtown. And I hope it does not squeeze. I hope that the torture to you is slow and over a long period of time. The reason I don't want it to squeeze is a lot of people will sell. They'll never get the real benefit, potentially, of Railtown. We still need to learn about those things. Right now, it's in a quiet period. So all we can do is speculate. But as knowledge come in, we can make better assumptions. But I hope that your torture in Railtown is exquisite. On the other hand, I know you make money in hundreds, if not thousands, of stocks a year, so you can afford one blow up. But I don't want my people here to experience your brand of evil anymore. The only stock that I think I was very strong in favor of that completely crapped out, and I did a lot of work on it, but it also taught me that respectable CEOs are either in on it or so gullible and their lives go on, but was Logic. And you can have me on that. But I haven't recommended 10 stocks, Andrea. You're just making that up. And people have made money with some of my recommendations. But I don't care, Andrea. I don't want to be in this with you. I leave it to you. But I do want people to escape from you with Railtown. Because you guys, at least at this stage in your life, you're behaving extremely evilly. And there's no way to win against you. I just want to get away from it. So good luck. I'm sure that when you go home to your wife, she calls you Andrea. I'm sure that's what happens. Finger guy, in case anyone forgot, this is how confident this Biden twin brother sounded when he sold all his last bunch of stocks. Look, I'm Irish, and I look a little bit like my dad. My dad looked a little bit like Biden. On the other hand, one woman down at the credit union he used for years thought he looked like Paul Newman. It always made him feel good. But thank you for ridicule. Thank you for that. The only stock that I felt confident in that has totally blown up, and it's because I could not control the decision making by the CEO or the CEO of the other company. Just can't do it. No one listens to me. The guy from the American Stock Exchange got all mad at me, but I was right. He was wrong. Was Logic. It was a complete disaster. Complete disaster. But I never pushed any of the other stocks. I did believe, and I've tried to make clear, I did think, and I said that on Finger and GTII, and I believe on CRTD, I studied short squeezes. I did think there were squeezes happening, and that the squeezes, if they occurred, could do this. But as you know, Finger guy, you guys hired Frank Benedetto, you hired Lou Bravo, and you hired the CEO of COSM. Now, Cindy Lou Who gets all upset. Oh, you're blaming a dead guy. She's dealing in her emotions. And as long as you guys keep investors in their emotions, they'll keep being victims. They'll keep making stupid investments. They'll stop listening, and they're fodder for your slaughterhouses. But when you got those three guys to work together and lie or misrepresent unintentionally, the squeezes that I think were happening in Finger Motion and GTII got chopped off at the knees. Ever since, in both cases, the selling has been relentless. I think GTII hired this guy out of Chicago to help lock in the shorts. I'm not convinced that other people haven't been hired along the way who have fooled some of the whales and their advisors, and those people aren't actually working to help the criminals get rid of any risk in the GTII short position. But Finger Guy, you're making it up. Now, let me make one other point. Just because I was wrong, and I think it's unfair to blame me, but I'll, whatever, for what you guys do. Because companies can have good CEOs, good models, but you guys destroy, and then you blame the people that aren't in on your reindeer games. I don't go to temple with you guys. I don't. I wouldn't be let in. I wouldn't be let into your clubs. So I don't know the inside tricks you use, but you do. And then you blame others because you want everybody in their emotions. I don't want that anymore. Railtown is the way out, Finger Guy. I'm sorry you're caught in it, but you'll survive. You've got so many shorts and all the others. But Railtown is the one stock that you're not going to be able to destroy. It's the one stock that will not issue endless shares. So when there's good news, it'll be like at Northwest Bio, there'll be 2 billion on the way to 4 billion shares. That will not happen in Railtown. So you are well and truly stuck. They don't need the money. They don't need Jeff Easton. They don't need Ari Rubenstein. They don't need Kurt Kramer. They don't need it. They don't need your money. And just because you were successful in destroying a good man, I think Brent's son, but destroying Logic through Aubrey Advisors and this guy Greenberg out in Connecticut. It's not me that did that. You did that. But I have learned. A lot of people aren't learning. I have learned. I cannot beat you. I'm no longer going to try. I never tried to beat you. I thought the system was set up to buy in shorts. The system has been corrupted by Stevie Cohen, by Goldman Sachs, by Ken Griffin. The system is irredeemably corrupted. And if people want to listen to you, make fun of me, they're going to miss out on their escape from this system. Their escape is Railtown or silver. But I think Railtown gives them 10, 20x first. But their escape is silver and Railtown. And things change over time. But it's not any of these other stocks. That's where you make your fortune, Finger Guy. That's where you make your fortune. And yes, I am confident in silver. I am confident in Railtown. And now that I understand that in 1994, the USCC Section 8 was changed by Bill Clinton to allow your banks to sell to customers entitlements. I no longer believe there's a short squeeze possibility in any of these stocks unless the longs cheat. And I'm all for them cheating, so that they pay millions of dollars to a trading desk offshore that has computers to fight your computers that are shorting. But the key is, two computers recognize each other. Nothing happens. The key is you need to hire guys like Frank Benedetto. I'm not picking on him. It's the only name I can think of. Borders, and there's others. They come in, they promote a stock, they get stock, they ain't smart enough to get out. But if you can get people to start buying the stocks, suck them in, then the computers are confused. And for you on the short side, if you can get a MTEN to go from $10 to $27, and then you short it back to 11, hey, Bob's your uncle. Bob's your uncle. You make a lot of money. Frank can maybe sell his stock. It's probably not soon enough, but he can come on to Space Calls and say, hey, you had a chance to get out. Do your own due diligence. I got out. And the game continues and continues and continues. Ham can put out that MTEN, I think it's that one. Maybe it's the Energy Vault, has 400 million short or whatever the number is. That works to your advantage to strip money. I no longer want to hear any of those stories. They're all meaningless. They're all manipulated stories. As soon as it goes up, if there's a risk of a squeeze, you're going to, whether it's Lou or Frank or the CEO, you'll have some other scheme to stop the squeeze. Just like GME, just like AMC, there will be no squeezes. I've learned that. So now I'm confident telling people, get the F away from it. And all you're left with is making fun of me. Well, just because I made mistakes, just because you can make fun of me, just because I'm an asshole, doesn't mean Railtown isn't going to go up. And that's your problem. You can try to divert it to emotions, to personality, to some sort of perceived track record, but you cannot change the fact that Railtown doesn't need me. Railtown doesn't need these investors, although I'm sure they like it. Railtown doesn't need money from the likes of you. You have no escape. You can't change that. And that's what's going to be hard for you. That's what's going to be really, really hard for you. But it won't destroy you. You'll just go short another company. And as long as these poor souls listen on Space Calls to these lies and incompetence, they'll keep losing money. And yes, I'm extremely confident in Railtown. When I talked to the company yesterday, one thing I understood right away, they're not going to do a toxic deal. They never have done a toxic deal. They're not going to be sucked in by you, finger guy. So good luck with using your same old methodologies, trying to cause people to shake out. Nobody's selling this stock. I know you want these people to sell. They're not going to sell either, I hope. But the 50 to 60 million that's closely held through Canaccord and the original investors, they're not selling. The rumored additional 30 million, we'll learn about all this, that's held by people that understand the AI 2.0 space and know the founders. That's somewhere between 80 and 90 million of the float. which is somewhere around 100 million. The rest of it is our group. So you're coming in trying to prey on 10% of the stock. I hope nobody here is selling. But I'll tell you what, the other 90 million shares, nobody's selling. So lots of luck, finger guy. Lots of luck. Okay, so about the beginning of May, end of April, beginning of May, I subscribe to the Morgan report, and I have for many years, on and off, and I have a great deal of respect for David Morgan, a tremendous deal of respect for him. I've never met him. I'd like to meet him. But he put out a letter, and I assume this was his May letter. It might have been his April letter this year, but I saw it right around, I mean, the picture I took says April 27th. So I saw it then for sure. I don't know when I read it to everybody here. It might have been as late as May 1. But I've read it several times, finger guy. And you can try to ridicule me. You can try to blame me for the evils you guys do. But I'll tell you one thing you can accuse me of, you cannot accuse me of. I'm not stubborn about learning facts and learning what goes on. I don't know what you guys do. And it is my opinion that you are a small group of Jewish men. And I would never be let inside your little club because I'm not Jewish. But no one's proven me wrong on that, by the way. And I'm not saying something against a whole religion. I'm just saying that you guys are tight. You may not trust each other, but you're not going to rat on each other either. So David Morgan put out a report, and I copied about 7 paragraphs of it. Let me read it to you, finger guy. This is what gives me confidence, like my Joe Biden doppelganger, that I'm right. And people should buy Railtown and get the F away from you. You're nothing but a waste of time, and you behave in a very evil way. You're dangerous and you're worthless. And Railtown's the way out. Most people here have been hurt by you. They've lost homes. They've lost loved ones. They've lost their accounts. They've lost their hope. And you ridicule. I'm trying to say Railtown, but the key is people need to concentrate their position. They need to sell the crap and avoid buying other crap. And they need to own a large enough position of Railtown to escape you. They can't just buy 1,000. I mean, if that's all they can, that's all they can do. But if they have an account where they've lost $200,000 or $300,000 in MMTLP, $100,000 in Finger, and they're down 150,000 in GTII, 1,000 shares of Railtown ain't going to cut it. They need to establish a significant position in Railtown. Luckily, in terms of numbers of shares, because of your foolishness, they're able to do it. Because you guys are counterfeiting shares, because it's legal. Not all of the actions you take are legal, but it is legal on Wall Street to give investors an entitlement instead of shares. It's legal. Now, I didn't know that 3 years ago. I didn't know it until April 27th this year. But I can't pretend that I didn't learn this, finger guy. Let me read it to you, because I know your attention span is great. You're a thinker. You're a real thinker. So David Morgan says, we have received several questions regarding the Great Taking, which was produced by David Rogers Webb. And there's an additional movie, apparently. But according to Webb's research, the global financial system has increasingly engaged in a practice whereby all securities, stocks, bonds, other financial assets like precious metals, are used as collateral by the world's largest bank. And you're just a bird dog. You're a meaningless cog in the wheel. This practice is known as quote unquote collateral management, and is carried out without the explicit knowledge of individual investors or institutional funds. The financial securities are pooled. They're collected together in a big pool in centralized depositories like the Depository Trust Clearing Corporation. Through this system, securities are rehypothecated multiple times. That's where you enter in. Sell, 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 sell. Sell, 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 ridicule, 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 sell, sell, sell. So even good companies are destroyed. And then you can make fun of them because you're so talented. You couldn't make anything in the world. Through this system, securities are rehypothecated multiple times, creating extensive collateral chains which contribute to the rapid expansion of the derivatives market. That's why you're getting paid. So then he blames it on the 70s, and he doesn't really want to pinpoint Bill Clinton. I don't know why, because he's more of a gentleman than I am, probably. So this practice has evolved into a systemic method of leveraging securities for financial gain. In your case, of leveraging criminal activity for financial gain. Now, here's the kicker. And once you understand this, I don't know how you can invest in any short squeeze stock again. This system, this practice, was legally formalized through the 1994 revision of Article 8 of the Uniform Commercial Code in the United States. This legal framework effectively transferred ownership of securities to the central depository, stripping investors of direct property rights and putting their assets at risk. So to legalize this activity, which accumulated in the 1994 revision of the UC Article 8, they introduced the concept of quote unquote securities entitlements, which replaced direct ownership of securities with a contractual claim, just a contractual claim, instead of ownership of securities, effectively allowing the DTCC to utilize the securities at will. Rehypothecation, which is how you sell so many shares, is the practice of reusing pledged collateral to secure multiple obligations It also, rehypothecation, lies at the heart of this entire scheme. When banks engage in derivatives trading, they use the securities held at the DTCC as collateral without investors' knowledge. So they use the pool, the block of securities and street names, as collateral for gambling in the derivatives market. It's highly profitable, which is why they can hire people, losers like you. The U.S. Federal Reserve acknowledged all of this in legal documents, explicitly stating, quote, that investors do not have rights attaching to particular securities in the pool, unquote. Instead, they hold only a pro rata claim to a collective securities pool, effectively making investors unsecured creditors in the event of insolvency. The legal and regulatory structures introduced effectively turned securities ownership into a form of indirect claim. Rather than having outright ownership, investors are granted a contractual claim that allows financial institutions like SAC to prioritize their own interests, the institution's interests, when they use these assets. The legal this legal and regulatory system, has created a situation, if a major financial crisis were to occur, the first rights to the underlying securities go to you. Would go to the secured creditors involved in the derivatives, in the derivative contracts, not to the investors who own the shares or supposedly own the shares. So I no longer think these other stocks are ever going to squeeze. But anyway, finger guy, making fun of me, pointing out that these stocks are destroyed by you, and therefore somehow it's my fault, does not change the correctness of my observation, in my opinion, that the way out of this is Railtown. Further, it doesn't change what's coming down the tracks, and it's going to run you over like a coal, like the longest coal train that ever existed. And every time you pop back up, you're going to get knocked back down. Now, you're going to probably get rescued by Stevie Cohen or Ken Griffin, like they rescued Melvin Capital. But I would wonder if anyone's going to extend to you the credit that they've extended to you to get them in this position. You did no work. You did zero work. You just let the computer start selling stock as soon as that announcement was made, and you did no work to protect your paymasters and your creditors from loss. And I don't think they're going to forget it. So good luck. Good luck. Concrete jungle city. Crazy. And to say that this isn't pumping nor financial advice. It's not, it's neither. I'm not pumping Railtown. I haven't been able to make the stock go up. I'm not being paid by Railtown in any fashion. I was promised a hat, but it never arrived. But I have never received any compensation in shares, warrants, or cash from Railtown. So I'm not pumping the stock on behalf of the company. And as far as I'm concerned, I do own a bit of Railtown, mostly in my IRA. It's not going to change my life, but I hope to rebuild my financial capabilities via Railtown. So I'm following my own recommendation. But the reason I'm adamant about it isn't to pump it. I really want to protect people from you. Could I be wrong? Yeah. And that'll be that, you know, I spend some sleepless nights thinking about how can Concrete Jungle City win in this situation. Let me give you a few things that you cannot win, Concrete Jungle City. One is this is a Canadian stock. It's not an over-the-counter stock. So they don't need to go on the NASDAQ. And just so you know, I don't know if they'll listen to me, but I did send in to the company that it's my judgment they should skip the NASDAQ altogether, because that's where you guys create derivatives. And that's where you take a company with excellent chances, like, for example, a Northwest Bio, and you destroy it because you create so many shares. I don't know if Northwest Bio's on the NASDAQ, but you did it with Torchlight. You did it with Finger. You can create synthetic shares. You have call options and puts, and you can create derivatives. And you have Adina Friedman, who's more focused on getting women on boards than making sure that companies on her exchange don't have their entire market cap stolen by people like you. She's completely worthless. Completely worthless. But I'm not pumping Railtown. I'm telling people if they want to make their account go green, they need to stay focused. Railtown to me is a speculative stock, which is better than a high risk or junk stock. It still has some risk. Obviously, it's still trading at 52 cents. But again, Concrete Jungle City, you guys, your computers anyway, at least initiated something like 46 million shares of sales that are all fake. You're having a hard time crossing them and getting out of the situation because there's no stock for sale. None. But you keep trying. We'll see what happens with that. The other reason the stock is down is the company made an announcement 6 months ago of an MOU and an LOI coming that hasn't happened yet. So the company is in a quiet period. And while you can come in and say anything you want because the regulatory system will never go after you, the company is not allowed to put out any news until they finalize, if they're going to finalize, their acquisition of AIP Partners. So the stock is down in these prices. I see it as an opportunity to get people to buy it. That's not pumping. That's not pumping. That's just saying, hey, guys and girls, do you realize that you can pick up 50 cents here that's worth $5 and you can do it all day long? That's all I'm doing. That's not pumping. It's not pumping. I would suggest what you guys do is pumping in your normal life. You get a Jeff Easton or Rubenstein or some slick attorney to talk a board into taking financing from Aubrey Advisors and Chadron Financial, and then you short the hell out of a stock. The pump comes from you as bird dogs getting these guys to sign those deals. And then you get Frank or somebody to talk about it. That's the pump. But the dump comes from systemic selling. And sometimes your computers get out of control. I don't consider it financial advice any more than a newsletter, an article in a magazine, or a talk show. What I think it is educational, it's strategy, it's opinion. But I cannot give financial advice. And you have no idea, you never worked on Wall Street. But I cannot give financial advice unless I'm in a fiduciary responsibility relationship, unless I have responsibility in that relationship regarding my need to know the customer, my best efforts to understand their risk tolerances and their behavior and etc. I don't know anybody here personally. A couple I know better, but for most part, I don't know anybody here personally. I don't know their financial situation. I don't know their income, their number of dependents, their age. I can't give financial advice. So everybody here, if they listen to me, Concrete Jungle City, I hope you make $7.50 every time I say your name. You deserve it. But I'm not giving financial advice. Broadly, I'll tell you what, if they want to look out for their finances, they got to get away from you. This won't end. This just won't end. He said, Finger, I didn't play it very well, and it was a learning experience. I did play Finger well several times. Finger blew up on me when I was highly pressured to go meet this group that came in to do a movie, and I stupidly did that. So I was away from my desk on options expiration day. I did look at my phone sort of, I don't know, 5 minutes to go. And there's no bid. There's nothing I can do with my calls. So I knew I had lost quite a bit of money in my calls on Finger. But my firm exercised the calls. There was no bid, but it closed. I guess they closed in the money, half a penny or a penny. So they exercised. This is all your rigged game that you guys do. And so there was an enormous acquisition of Finger shares in my account. Monday morning, I brought in money, I sold other stock positions, and I believed I had gotten the position to the 50% required to establish a margin position. But they had other ideas. They just sold it out without calling, which is what you guys counted on. So the stock dropped 2.5 points that Monday morning. They liquidated everything for massive losses in my case. And of course, the stock recovered that afternoon and on Tuesday. So if they had honored my 50% margin establishment, which in my experience, over many years, decades, is all I had to do, I would have been fine. Well, I wouldn't have been fine, but my account would have had value. But it actually totally blew up. So if that's what you're quoting, I would say I didn't play that day very well. I should have stayed home. But Finger is a learning experience over time. I think I played it very well recently this year. But what I've learned, Finger Guy, is you guys behave in very evil ways. You're all part of it together. And there's no winning. So yeah, it is a learning experience. Mind you, Finger was the stock play just before Railtown. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. You're making it up. That's not true. If you're talking to me, not Ham, the stock, the so-called play before Railtown was Railtown, but it was silver and all things silver. I also talked about Nixie, and I listened about Ham's idea and G-Bucks, and I listened to other people's ideas, but it was actually silver in my case. So you're just making things up, Finger Guy. You're just making things up. In reality, that wasn't even that long ago. There's no reality to anything you're saying, Finger Guy. Nothing. Let's see what excuse he uses when Railtown ends up another train wreck. Well, I can't see how Railtown's going to end up a train wreck, except for you. But if it were to, I guess it would be it's always possible, war, a collapse in the financial markets overnight because New York and London were taken out by missiles, asteroids, those kind of things. That would be very difficult. But I don't think any accounts would survive that. In the case of Railtown, look, Finger, I think I've warned people about Finger quite a bit. And I think people, if they listened to me, made money this year in Finger. I wouldn't call Finger a train wreck. In my own personal account, that was a disaster. But I wouldn't call Finger a train wreck It ebbs and flows. I think people, if they insist on listening to a complete impossibility that Finger somehow is going to go to 3,000 or 3,500, I wouldn't call that a train wreck. I'd call that delusional. I warned people about GTII. I wasn't as clear as I guess I had to be. I thought I was, but that's why you call it pumping. That's why I'm being adamant. I am making sure my point of view cannot be misunderstood. Railtown, Railtown, Railtown. For now. I don't think you'll be here when Railtown goes to $7, $10. But if you are, you'll be the ones making excuses. But I don't guess you manage anybody's money. You just borrow it from the guy that runs the boiler room. And as long as you make your numbers each day, you walk home. So I guess you don't have that responsibility of trying your best to be truthful and look out for others. So I guess, Finger Guy, you can go home each day knowing you looked out for yourself. Hi, Almost Legend. This is a kind man. Good afternoon, Sir William. I believe some users come in here to purposely aggravate you for their entertainment. That may be. Look, once I can get through the point where Railtown, whatever the real number is, I think it might be higher, it could be lower, but the majority of these people experience what I'm anticipating happening. I actually don't think I'll be doing these kind of calls again. I may do something more designed. I don't want to preclude anything because I'd like to work with the 200, 250 people who own Railtown. I don't want them to go over to Frank or what's the other Borders guy or the Tony De Niro or Swing Trading or Armstrong or I want to see if we can stay together and actually build. I wish we were all a mutual fund together, and so you couldn't take your money out. But anyway, we'll see how it goes. But I'm Almost Legend. I don't want to be in a fight with these guys anymore. Once this stock starts to work, I'm not going to even care about any of the other stories. They can all go pound sand. They can talk to each other. They can make fun of me. I'm not gonna even engage them anymore. I hope. But right now, I engage it because I don't want even one of you to sell your shares of Railtown because of these jerks. I guess that's why I do it. And I know I get it must be comical to see me get upset. It must be just hilarious. Because they know you'll get frustrated and ruminate over their comments. Yeah, but I think after this gets out of the limbo, I don't think I'm going to pay attention to their comments anymore because I'm not going to care about their stocks. I'm going to be done with that whole space. And I hope everyone here owning Railtown is done with that space. And as long as people are listening to me, with me, I'm not saying I'm the only person they should listen to, of course, but I'll show ways to build that account into something that's strong and conservative and growing and hopefully resilient to the downturns. But it's not listening to this kind of manipulated story anymore. No, you are a good man. While they laugh, your gout flares up. That's true. That's true. That's true. And it only hurts me. They log off and laugh. Though we appreciate you being protective of us as investors, it's not worth the detriment to your own health. That's probably, by the way, why I get so adamant is I am trying to protect. I guess that's probably the right word. I haven't shown that I've been able to learn how to respond to them differently, but I am going to stop dealing with them. You know, if Railtown gets to, well, let's just use a round number, $10. Now, I don't think that'll happen overnight, but it could happen within a matter of weeks, believe it or not. We'll have $100 million here, and then we can be our own community. And we don't have to deal with these just awful manipulated stocks and these awful, awful people. But I really do appreciate you, Legend. This guy is having the mouthpiece, so he thinks he's right all the time and talking down on all of us. But all his stock plays went up his butt. Wow, I see you graduated. Yeah, that's true. I end up talking all the time. I'm the only one here. I wonder how I would do on space calls. I would probably cut people off. But I would like to evolve this, have this evolve into where I'm doing interviews, and maybe I had one or two people with me. I would like to do that because I don't learn when I'm talking. That's true. I'm not trying to talk down to anyone except you. I think you are behaving in an evil way, and you're here to steal, and it pisses me off. So that's that. I don't think all my stock plays went up my butt. But having said that, the last few days, the medicine's been bothering me. Maybe they found something. The medicine maybe found something. So maybe you're onto it. Sean Smith. Finger guy, why are you and Andrew you on the Just a Bash? Go away. I agree, Sean. It shows that they're in trouble. And Sean, the tools they have are very limited. They can go corrupt some people to come cheat on their behalf. They can send a bird dog out to get the CEO and a board listening to an attorney in their sway to destroy the market, the cap table, and then the company can never recover. They can just sell. And I've given you the reasons that the collapse comes. And that can have the same material change in the cap table, particularly if the CEO and the board listen to the attorneys. So they have the methodology to destroy any company. And it's not just one. It's hundreds, if not thousands, that they do this to. And they do it from offshore. And it's endless. It never ends. And the people they blame are guys like me and the investors. And there's two ways to deal with it. One is to fight it by investing in stocks and then getting agitated and writing letters and having space calls and hiring attorneys. But I don't think that's a very fruitful way of fighting it. I think the better way of fighting it is just not engage. Maybe with Railtown, we can create a pool of money and I can show you how to turn it into income and into growth, etc. And maybe we can subsidize a lobbying firm to write letters and run challenges against congresswomen and congressmen and senators. And maybe we make a difference that way from a position of strength rather than being victims. But Sean, I appreciate it. It's funny, I'm almost legend. My foot is hurting right now. Swelling. It was better today. I had to walk long ways and back. And I was able to do it, so I was very thankful. But it was, I was a little bit slow. And I realized partly, because I haven't been able to really walk for about 6 weeks. It's not that I've been immobile, but I haven't been able to just go out and go on a 3-mile walk for that long. And I think my muscles may have lost some of their mass. The consistent viewers and investors here won't be swayed by them, Sir William. You're the best. I'm almost legend. I hope all good things come into your life. This guy, I'm gonna block this guy by the time we're done. But finger guy, we have people like Almost Legend Donna who put their photos to their profile. You believe all these profiles? Don't fall for it. Every nut is hiding behind the screen. All fake and shills. It's all you got left, right? Is lies. All you got left is lies. It's all the devil has is lies. I don't think it's fair of you to make fun of people here or me, but if you're going to do it, just do it to me, not to people that are kind enough to participate in the conversation. Never saw. It's just not true. It's just not true. I guess you're explaining how you do it on other spaces. You hire people to look like they're the Longs and you create many identities so that you can have fake conversations and you can suck buyers in. Well, that's not what's going on here. You're just exposing what you do and the evil you cause. But that's not here. And please do not ridicule people who come here and participate. And I've got to figure out a way. Maybe when Railtown allows people to feel a little better about their finances, we can create a sort of members only community, not too expensive. Donate the money to something. But, you know, I think what I learned from your post is you're actually educating people on what you guys do. And I think that's all the more reason that people should take their money out. I mean, if you need names, take your money out of Finger for the time being, G-Bucks, NRGV, NIXX, MTEN, MLSS, ZJYL, and there's so many more of these. Just take it all out, put it in Railtown for now. Because this guy's telling you what they do. The demand for stocks is artificial. And please remember why they do it. They, on the short side, they can gin the computers, but on the long side, which they often can do it themselves, they can gin that. But if it's just computer talking to computer, they're not fooled. They need the retail, they need the unpredictability, the weirdness of a group of people investing, the highs and lows, the momentum, the fear of missing out. They need all of that to have a chance. If the longs are trying to create a squeeze, that has a chance to trigger buying because the other side computer can't tell. But more importantly, on the short side, they need you guys to look at COSM. They hire Frank, he gets the stock up. The stock goes from nothing to a lot. They take 35 million out of the market. There's no way on earth that that little company that had nothing going for it could ever have taken 35 million out of the market unless they got a bunch of people to help them, whether knowingly or not, to commit fraud. And that's what this guy's just showing you. He's telling you how they do it. They create false pictures, false names, and it's all part of it. So remember that. When you get on a space call, when you get on a YouTube call, and there's a bit of a conversation going on, remember what Finger Guy's telling you here. It's all lies. It's all evil. And now he's trying to say that's what I'm doing. You don't know me, but I'll tell you, I'm not doing that. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. I don't think I have enough friends in the world left to do it. But whatever. Richard K. FINRA is trying a last gap to block uncovering MMT share information. They have a 2-week window to get it quashed. This is a litmus test for all. Richard, I'd love to know more about that. Maybe I do appreciate you keeping me up to date. Yeah, I mean, Richard, the attorneys at the SEC, at the lobbying firms, at Congress, they all work for the criminals. Why? Because that's where the money is. The money is massive. It is just massive. And it's the sign of the final days, years of an out of whack financial system. There's no accountability. There's no threat of going to jail. They steal the money without paying taxes, and they operate with impunity. And it's all on behalf, in my judgment, of the guys upstairs. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these people are sponsored by Stevie Cohen. It's been reported before. Or reportedly. So, yeah. Richard, the whole Torchlight, and I knew Torchlight very well. The whole Torchlight to MMAT to MMTLP, boondoggle, theft, sting, that was carried out on a massive scale, global scale. And even when everybody brought it to the regulator's attention and Congress's attention, there's no result. And the reason is the amounts of money involved. I would imagine it's hundreds of billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars or more, just funneled to Goldman Sachs, to SAC, to Citadel, to the Toad, offshore without paying taxes. The amount of money here involved is, I think, bigger than cocaine. And it's safer. You don't end up shot or in isolation. Just some attorney named I can't remember the attorney's name at Kramer's firm. Father and daughter, Nalich or something. They get you off. But thank you, Richard. You're saying 2 weeks, so basically by Labor Day. If I had to guess, they're not going to be successful at quashing it. That'd be my guess, but I just say that with still some hope in the system. Maddie, Finger Guy gets paid 2 cents per bash by his boyfriend, Tony De Niro. Fact. Is that right? Maddie, you know that? It's got to be more than 2 cents. But I do believe Tony De Niro works for the shorts. I do believe that. And it's all, it's all and this, he's let it show. It's all this, some guys are nasty, some are friendly, some come in with other ideas, which is why I react so badly to these other ideas. They just want you guys on your back foot, not dealing rationally, thinking you can make money here, which you can't, and thinking that somehow listening to some guy that you don't know coming on a space call saying that he has a stock and he knows a guy in Puerto Rico and he knows a guy there and a guy there and you're going to make money? It's just not going to happen. If you're disciplined the way one woman is, and if you get in early, you could, if every single time it goes up you sell and you forget about how much higher it can go, you could probably turn your account into something. But it's hard to do. Ward Richardson, another good man, and good women here, by the way, not all men. Great job today, William. This world needs more people like Vincent. Starry, starry night. Who was that guy? Don McLean. Starry, starry night. Paint your palette blue and gray. Look out on a summer's day with eyes that know the darkness in my soul. Shadows on the hills, sketch the trees and the daffodils. I always wondered if those guys that painted that stuff, if they just needed glasses, impressionists. I always wondered if they just needed an eye doctor. Catch the breeze and the winter chills in colors on the snowy linen land. Now I understand what you tried to say to me and how you suffered for your sanity and how you tried to set them free. They would not listen. They did not know how. Perhaps they'll listen now. Starry, starry night, flaming flowers that brightly blaze, swirling clouds in violet haze, reflect in Vincent's eyes of china blue, colors changing hue, morning fields of amber grain, weathered faces lined in pain, are soothed beneath the artist's loving hand. Now I understand what you tried to say to me and how you suffered for your sanity and how you tried to set them free. They would not listen. They did not know how. Perhaps they'll listen now. For they could not love you, but still your love was true. And when no hope was left in sight on that starry, starry night, you took your life as lovers often do. But I could have told you, Vincent. There, I finally found the line I'm looking for, Ward. This world was never meant for one as beautiful as you. I had to go through the whole song to find it. This world was never meant for one as beautiful as you. Great job today, William. This world needs more people like you doing what you're doing here on your show. Everyone here, listen to this man. He cares about your position, your well-being. Yep, I do, Ward. I don't know why. I think about it. And I will say one thing corny, Ward. I will say something corny. But not for very long. I think somebody out there's been praying. I know I have. And I really think that Railtown. Now, look, it's still speculative, and we've got to be ever alert. But I think Railtown has been an answer to those prayers, and everybody has a different religion or not religion or whatever, different view. So I don't want to show any, disrespect. But that's what I think. I think this is something that I have to see through. And I think it's something you guys need to see through too. And I don't think the wait's going to be much longer. And I think, but do not know, I think that the February 11th announcement of the MOU is going to be resolved in the positive. No one told me that. But, I mean, you can hear it in the voice. You can hear it in the confidence. So you can extrapolate. But I don't know. I have to admit that. Nobody knows that the merger will actually be finalized. It is my opinion that if there were a problem with that merger, it would have already been announced. Further, I've tried to give revenue projections based only on Railtown. only. It's a little unfair because realistically, Railtown, as they've said in the press releases, Railtown is going to generate a lot of its revenue and revenue growth from AI partners. But they can do it on their own. They've already announced, I think, 5 revenue deals. I'm not sure. But if you have 5, it's got to be a little bit like, you know, cockroaches or rats. If you see 5, there must be 20 more. Is that a bad analogy? I was walking because I'm in an edgier part of town, and I don't know, 3 weeks, 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, early in the morning, it could have been longer. I was walking down to get a cup of coffee, and this gentleman, I don't know where he is from, but he was fit, perfectly dressed, working hard. He's probably from El Salvador or somewhere, but he had his own business, obviously. He had his name on his shirt, and it was extermination. So I said, you're doing a great job, because he was putting all this rat poison out. And I said, can you ever get rid of them? I said, I would vote for anybody from mayor that could get rid of the rats. But he said something that I haven't stopped thinking about. He said, for every 1 rat you see up here, there's 70, I think he said 73. There's something like 73 down underground in the sewers and I'm like, what? Really? 73? Ugh. But anyway, let's not think of that. My point is, Railtown already has announced 5 deals. Many of you have worked in your life and have been in business. And if your product is popular, or if what you're doing is good and you have interest from 5, there's usually more that are interested. So I think Railtown's revenue numbers that I've shown you, particularly on the lower end, are reasonable with or without the merger with AI partners. But I think when I should say if or when, but I think it's going to be when, and I think it's going to be soon, that they finally complete that merger. There's no guarantee, it's a judgment call. I think we'll have enough information then to start making projections, and you'll see whether or not I'm in the ballpark. And I've given such a wide range, I can't imagine that I won't be partly in the ballpark. But I'll give it my best assessment, whether I've been accurate or not. But I really do think, Ward, that Railtown is, whether you think it's serendipity or it's been directed our way, I think Railtown really is the answer to prayers in terms of how, because there's a lot of people here that suffered. And unfortunately, I think I lost a lot of my audience because I'm a general jerk sometimes. I don't mean to be. I'm not proud of that. But people have lost money in MMTLP and Finger and GTII, CRTD, and it keeps happening. I don't know why they listen anymore. And the most common thing I hear is, I just want to get my money back. That's the most common thing I hear. And the pain is real. It's palpable. I mean, the sense of hope then dashed to hopelessness when you hang out with people. When people come down and buy me dinner and get drunk, I can still see the pain. when people drive here with their brother or their friends and listen and hope and drive home with nothing, there isn't anything. The system, the legal route, the congressional route, the journalism route, they're just the Wall Street route. There's nothing. Attorneys, they're not going to help. Lawyers, they're not going to help. The only way for those of you who have acted, and I commend each of you, the only way to recover here right now that I see is Railtown. Now, I started a while ago with silver. I still think silver is the asset tone, but let's give it over the next 2 to 6. Well, what do I now think the time frame is for Railtown? Because of the enthusiasm of the phone call, not because he didn't give me any time frame, but based on he said to me, the reason I'm calling you, he said, I want to tell you I appreciate what you're doing, but I also want to give you confidence. You know, and I appreciated that. So today is August 13th, Fidel Castro's birthday. How do I know that? Well, I know it. The 13th. So what would I say? When would it happen? If I can arrange it, I'm going to be in Denver next week. So it'll probably happen while I'm in Denver, won't it? The last day is Wednesday. The busiest day is Tuesday. I'll say it'll happen Tuesday next week because I'll be the busiest and I won't be able to pay attention to it. I'll say it'll happen Tuesday next week. Ted Nida, I remember you, has never traded at $1, never will. I actually think you're going to win that bet. I think it'll never trade at $1. The news will come out, it'll trade at $1.25, and it's on its way to $5. Railtown could be the one stock that never trades at $1. You might have called it, Ted. You might have called it. It may never trade at $1. We'll have to see about that. But it's because it's going up, not because it's going down. Ward Richardson, how many other people do you see what William's doing here? Absolutely none. Just buy and buy more and sit tight. Good things will come out of this stock. Thank you, Ward. I agree with you. Just buy and buy more and sit tight. Good things will come out of this stock. I agree with you, Ward. I agree with you, Ward. And I appreciate your support. Giuseppe, William, worry not. Keep your stress level on chill. We will not be swayed by these Buccaneers. I love hearing that. Giuseppe. I love hearing that. Hey, Steve. Hey, Steve. So now what? Perfect answer, Bill. Yep, pretty much. So now what? You were on a roll. What's confusing? I'm hostile. Thank you, Bill. Nomad, GTII. Yeah, what do you want to know about GTII? You know, I made a lot of warnings and statements on GTII. Looking back, I thought I was as clear as day, but I think people don't always want to hear. So I'm trying to be blunt as I can be now. But you can't hang GTII around me other than I lost money in it. I did think, to repeat myself, I did think the stock could squeeze. I do think the stock was squeezing until you guys organized a way to stop it, and you were effective. So, what's the lesson I learned from that? It's not let's go bang my head on the wall again. It's that, you know what? Nomad and their friends, they pretty much got this um, steel operation figured out. And I don't want to waste any more time fighting you, Nomad. As far as I'm concerned, you win. But you're not going to get any more of my money. You're not going to get another bit of it. And I hope you don't take any of the money that this community has worked so hard to build in Railtown. So, Nomad, if you want to follow GTII, two places I recommend. Go to Not Legal Advice on YouTube, or go to Ham Short Killer on Twitter. And those are your two places, Nomad. Please delete all these shills. I will, Steve. Concrete Jungle City. So you were telling Andrea to sell her positions and go into real. She's already sold. She's not a she. Andrea's a he. He's not long anything. He just is short all these things. He's short Railtown. So you are providing financial advice. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Just because you don't understand the definition of financial advice doesn't mean that I'm doing what you're saying. You have no clue. You have no clue what you're saying. Are you legally allowed to tell Andrea what to do with her money? No, I'm not telling her what to do with her money. I'm giving my opinion. I'm giving a strategy. The only person that can, and she's not a she, that's a he. And by the way, he's short Railtown. So whatever. You're more confused now? I don't know how you could be more confused, son. You were born with half your brain hollowed out of half a pea. You don't have any brains. The shills are laughable, Bill Myko. And I'll give you my daily ham update. Yeah, I don't listen to him. It's not that I'm trying to be mean. I just can't do it. I can't listen to everything. I don't go on Twitter because I overreact. So I appreciate your updates, Bill. MTEN to $30 any day, down over $3 today. Keep listening to those guys pushing short squeeze stocks and go broke. Exactly, Bill Mako. Exactly. You said it so much better than I could. If you listen to those guys, Frank and Ham on these stocks, and who else is on that one? There's one other person on MTEN. You're going to go broke. And if one works, are you going to trade it properly? That's the problem. Most of us will freeze and you won't trade it properly. Railtown really is a stock you can establish your position. And, watch football. Jeremy Bottle, does Ham still think finger will squeeze? I can't comment. You'd have to go. I understand he does. But if you want his outlook on Finger, you need to go to Twitter. You can search by $FNGR, and his name will come up. A lot of people come up, but you'll see something like Ham Short Killer or Shorts Killer is Ham or something. You'll see it. Just follow him, and he'll alert you to his calls, and then you can listen to his calls. And I think that's the best way to stay informed on Finger and find out whether he thinks it'll squeeze. I don't think Finger is ever going to squeeze. Zero chance. So now what? Bill, you don't look anything like Brandon, the real one or the fakes. Yeah, I don't think I do, except I have this white hair. And I do have a picture of myself with him. I'll have to show it to you sometime. He is a bit of a jerk. I met him. I went to a fundraiser. I give him credit. He stayed till the last person who wanted to shake his hand was there. But he's a bit arrogant. He's very arrogant. I think it was elder abuse though by the end of it all. Hey, Hawaii, the shills get paid by your response. Don't give them a voice. Please block them. Keep up the great work. I will try to block them. Hawaii 808, you are falling into the shills trap. Don't respond to anything not related to our stock. Thank you. Concrete Jungle, who is you? Who is you? Who is me? What does it mean to say I? Can any of us really know someone else and call them you? Are you okay there, bro? I don't know who you're talking about. Concrete Jungle. I don't need to work in Wall Street or work with Jeff Easton or whoever you said. You're nuts. I'm nuts? Well, I've always been crazy, but it's kept me from going insane. Concrete Jungle City, it's more common sense to be able to make my own decisions on what to do with my investments. Finger to 2,000, baby. You don't mean that. You're not an investor. You're a short. You want people here to believe Finger's going to go to 2,000. The chances of Finger going to 2,000 are as close to zero like the chances of you ever showing a human being love. Donna M., don't listen to the shills, just block them. DD Play, Jesus is King. I wonder if that's what we were taught. He sits at the right hand of the Father, and I would guess that's the king. It's good to be king. It's good to be king. Who says the shorts aren't listing and don't have to plan to short Railtown to oblivion like everything else? I do. I think they probably are listening in abject horror, and I think you're one of them. They want this stock. They can't get anybody else's stock. So the reason I stay on and keep fighting, I guess, is I don't want you to give up, anybody here to give up stock to them. But it's not going to oblivion. Railtown's not going to oblivion. You are that position that you're short, it's going to oblivion. But I think you'll probably be protected. They have a lot of money out there to probably bail you out of trouble. I'm not telling people Railtown's a short story. So to the extent that your criminal friends help you out of your short position, that may or may not happen. And that's fine. I don't care. Railtown will take care of itself. It doesn't need a short squeeze. Railtown's going a lot higher, Big B, a lot higher. Please explain how I am a short. Because I could be long in rail and finger at the same time, and you're going to have to learn how to like it. I don't have to learn anything. I did not have to learn anything. I'm almost legend. If he writes a novel, everybody here has to buy it. All right, Donna M. I think it was Donna that was the boss of me. So Donna M, I just blocked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. But you're not the boss of me. You're not the boss of me. I'm just kidding. So it's 7:23. Let's see if there's any news. I might end now. But let's just see if there's any news. So small caps are ripping and crypto's ripping. Yeah, there goes Netanyahu. He's backing Greater Israel. Can't stand it how he's so easy to predict, that guy. Chinese stocks are going up according to a headline. We'll follow that up tomorrow. Oh, I love her. Let's see what she's saying. First Lady Melania Trump is threatening to sue Hunter Biden for $1 billion after he made the false claim that she was introduced to President Donald Trump by Jeffrey Epstein. Good for her. Good for her. I'll check one more place for any kind of thing. I don't know if I want to read something with that headline. Yeah, the headline is a little scary, but the article's good. This is from Martin Armstrong. I'll read it and then I'm going to sign off. He says NATO and the European Union to finish what Hitler began. That's a little strong. But then when you read it, you realize he's talking about Russia. So the only way to resolve this war with Russia is to remove Zelensky. He should be arrested when he sets foot in the United States. He has been wiring $50 million per month for himself and his cronies to secret accounts, I am told, in the UAE. The Ukrainian people should be allowed to vote on the fate of their own country. Ukraine should have been split along ethnic lines, as was the case in Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia. This has been a war that our neocons instigated, and they do not care about the Ukrainian people, only about killing Russians. Lindsey Graham even came out and stated that very bluntly. The best money, this is what he said, the best money he ever manipulated the American press into supporting and Congress into waging another endless war. They will be trying their best to get Zelensky into that Alaska meeting to prevent peace, just as Boris Johnson flew to Kiev and instructed him not to sign any mineral deal in Kiev and demand he do so to the White House to embarrass Trump into continuing the funding for this endless war. He must dictate this. Our Western media has been bought and paid for by the neocon Nazi movement. Any journalist who starts calling this Putin's war and how he is a dictator when neither Ursula has ever run for any election, yet is the head of the EU. I don't know why neither's the word. Zelensky has suspended all elections during war, as no leader ever did in the United States or the UK during World War I or II. Any journalist who makes those assertions is indoctrinated by the neocons and or is outright paid bribes to create war as they did to start the Spanish-American War. He pictures three neocons: Merrick Garland, Victoria Jane Nuland, and Tony Blinken. She's a real looker. She's a real looker. I have explained that our neocons deliberately orchestrated this war. How can three people, all claiming that Russia persecuted their families? I said that early on. All three of those people have in their background Ukrainian, and I think one was Polish, families who were probably mistreated in pogroms by the Soviets or by the Tsarist forces. I have explained that our neocons deliberately orchestrated this war. How can three people, all claiming that Russia persecuted their families, end up in the same Biden administration? This was no coincidence. It was Garland who, I believe, was covertly behind all the criminal cases against Trump to try to prevent him from running for president. A Trump victory they saw as a threat to the ultimate conquest of Russia. Here is the godfather of American neocons, John McCain. I never encountered someone, I believe, who was so revolting. What he said there was a lie. I don't know. It's a video. This was a revolution to start a war, not promote peace. These people have zero regard for human life. It is only about their personal hatred. I believe the computer, that's Martin Armstrong's computer, is always right because wars come only when there is economic stress. When everyone is fat and happy, you do not find war. This war kicked off back in 2014, and the interim government that our neocons installed followed their orders and launched the civil war against the Russian population who lived in Crimea and the Donbass. Russians had their language made illegal, and this was all staged to create World War III and the conquest of Russia. They labeled everyone in the Donbass terrorists because they wanted to separate from the Ukrainians who hate them and had been Nazis protected by the CIA only because they were also engaging in the ethnic cleansing of Russians with Jews, Poles, and anyone else who did not have Ukrainian blood. When Poroshenko was elected, he declared Russian a banned language, waged an all-out war on the people of the Donbass into a war zone by bombing ethnic Russians to dust and cut off water and electricity to the people of Crimea. The USA must declare it will no longer be a part of the neocon retirement home. NATO, which is a terrorist organization dominated by the neocons and hell-bent on creating World War III with Russia. They wanted to open an office in Japan to ensure that they generate war against China as well. China is not stupid. They know that if Russia fell to NATO, they would be next. Neoconservatives push for NATO expansion, for example, advocating for Ukraine's membership, and support army proxy forces like in Syria or in Ukraine, to roll back Russian influence. They view this as a means to solidify U.S. global hegemony. They have promoted NATO expansion to Asia and have wanted to open NATO headquarters in Japan. China will support Russia and Europe will burn. To prevent this, the United States must take action against Zelensky and demand that Ukraine have a free and public election and that the Ukrainian people should be allowed to vote, not Zelensky, who takes his orders from MI6 and NATO. The Ukrainian people have a right to decide their own fate, and all the polls from reliable sources inside the Ukraine say they want peace. They are tired of being the pawns on this chessboard of NATO. Zelensky, I believe, is a war criminal and should be dragged out of there in chains and put on trial. Further, I believe he was a neo-Nazi who pretended to be Christian and had his children baptized. He joked about confiscating assets from the people the neo-Nazis hate, Jews and Russians. And then he has some videos. Zelensky calling for nuclear war, Zelensky calling for Americans be sent to kill Russians. I have said many times that I have two employees in the Ukraine. One lived in Kiev and the other in Donetsk. They hated each other and would never speak to each other. There is no reasoning with them. Facts and history mean absolutely nothing. The hatred in the Balkans is legendary. The former Chancellor of Germany, Bismarck, predicted World War I would start in the Balkans in 1888. That was a Serb who assassinated the Archduke of Austria in 1914. Ukrainians have staged many false flags to try to get the West to attack Russia. The Bucha was a false flag where they killed their people and claimed the Russians did it. They shot a missile into Poland and said it was Russia in order to get NATO to invoke Article 5. The serial numbers were from an old Russian missile fired by Ukraine and were no longer in use by Russia. Let's use the shooting down of a passenger aircraft by pro-Russian forces in Ukraine as a ploy to start a war. If this is the case, then it is entirely possible, one, this was a deliberate act by the West to provoke war in Russia. Two, was a mistake and then transformed into justification to wage war. Or two, pro-Russian forces made a mistake, three, I guess, and shot down the wrong plane. Or four, pro-Russian forces intended to shoot down a passenger plane. I guess they're talking about that Malaysian Air. Before there was any evidence or investigation, Obama came out and accused the pro-Russian forces. But the wreckage of Malaysian Airlines MH17 is curious. It shows bullet holes, not a missile. It is known that there were two Ukrainian jets in the area. The next curiosity is that the air traffic controller who was tracking the incident has disappeared. The bullet holes appear to be in the cockpit. That would make sense if you were deliberately trying to ensure no distress call or hero tactics. The West's so-called investigation was rigged and directly by neocons to blame the Russians, not Ukrainians, even though they reversed the motive. If pro-Russian forces shot MH17 down, then the rest would be against Russia. The motive was for Ukraine to create a war to outrage the West into attacking Russia. This is a long one. The New York Times exposed how the Ukrainian Nazis were exterminating Jews. Here they are photographed shooting a Jewish family in Mariupol, Ukraine in 1941. They did not shoot the small children. That would be a waste of a bullet. Oh my gosh, this is nauseating. They threw the children into the pits and buried them alive with their dead mother. These are the people the EU, NATO, neocons, and Zelensky, who now claims he is Jewish, are defending. We have chosen the wrong side and now supporting the very acts of Adolf Hitler. Reports from mercenaries who believe the propaganda that Russia was the evil wearing the black hat and Ukraine was the one with the white hat volunteered to help. Many have returned horrified at the war crimes being carried out by the Ukrainians. Many Ukrainians are still neo-Nazis and hate Russians. They still march with images of the ethnic cleanser Bandera, who had Polish Russians and Jewish pregnant women cut open. I can't read the rest of that. I can't even read the rest of that. If you do your research, the extent of the cruelty of the Ukrainian Nazis even shocked the German Nazis. They would cut a baby out of, I can't read it. Can't read it. What they did to Jewish women, I can't read it. It's horrible. They did not teach what the Ukrainian Nazis did in the Ukraine because it was too horrible. I can't. It is horrible. The Ukrainians were unprecedented in their war crimes during World War II, and the sheer outright cruelty one would expect only would exist in a B-rated horror movie. I can't read what they did to Jewish women and children. I can't read it. It's so horrifying. And to Russians. Numerous foreign soldiers are returning from the Ukraine who are totally disgusted by what they have witnessed in Ukraine. I have videos that are too horrible to show of Ukrainians torturing Russian soldiers today, nailing them to a cross and setting them on fire. One reported that they simply shot all the Russian soldiers they captured. Nobody will tell the truth because as long as they hate Russia, then Russia's enemy is the neocon, EU, and NATO's friends. The Ukraine neo-Nazis have been the most ruthless people I have ever encountered in history. Add to that, Ukraine is the most corrupt country in Europe, even declared by the IMF. They must be the most corrupt in the world. You should watch the film Ukraine on Fire by Oliver Stone. I will, before you make assumptions. People are clueless as to the real story of the Ukraine. They too joined the German Nazis and also engaged in the genocide of the Poles, Jews, and Russians. Never invest in any fund in Ukraine. You will be better off buying swampland in Florida and waiting for global warming to make it dry. Zelensky, I am told, is wiring $50 million every month with his backers to secret accounts now in the UAE. You will never get a dime back. Ukraine will be utterly destroyed. I have never seen our computer go flatline in a country like this. They will succeed in creating war in 2026 and hope to eradicate every last Russian, carrying out the dream of Bandera. The Ukrainian people need to rise up and save their country from total annihilation. Ukraine remains the most corrupt government in the world, and they are selling the Ukrainian people for personal wealth and greed with zero remorse for their nation or their people. Ukrainian politicians topped all other countries for corruption. Even in the Pandora Papers, 38 Ukrainian politicians have to hide cash offshore, the largest number of corrupt politicians in any other country. Zelensky's office tried to justify his use of offshore companies for himself as protecting himself against pro-Russian forces following the leaked revelations. The media loves to increase its revenue with readership. CNN's coverage of the Gulf War marked a significant evolution in wartime journalism, characterized by real-time reporting and a unique perspective from within Baghdad. Their readership soared tenfold. Their cable rating jumped from 0.9 to 10.2. War was transformed into an online real-time video game. They love war and confrontation. The Gulf War coverage didn't just give CNN a temporary boost. It cemented CNN's reputation as a significant, essential news organization. It proved the viability and demand for 24-hour cable news, paving the way for competitors like Fox News and MSNBC, and fundamentally changed how the world consumes news during war. In short, CNN's viewership during the Gulf War increased by an order of magnitude, multiplying by 10 times or more at its peak, jumping from under 1 million households to over 10 million, and dominating the cable audience share. This surge was transformative for the network and the entire news industry. CNN profited from war just as Hertz and Pulitzer made their fortunes from creating the Spanish-American War. They need to create World War III to survive, just as the EU needs war to divert attention from the EU's economic collapse by 2030. This is why they will continually assert that Putin is weak, Russia is losing, so the time is now to invade and eradicate all Russians from the face of the earth. They will be rubbing their hands and licking their lips and reclaiming the #1 spot on the blood of their victims. CNN has a formula hidden behind its coverage. It is profitable to instill fear in their viewers, for that expands their glory and greed. When others are in the greed mode, they look for stories to create a financial crash, destroy Trump, and send viewers into a fearful mode, and to increase their ratings and claim old glories. The neocons and their left-wing press have tried to undermine Trump with the diversion to Epstein. Google searches for Epstein are down 89% from 3 weeks ago. Trump's approval rating is holding steady and much higher than it was in any other at this point in his presidency. Less than 1% say that Epstein is the nation's top issue. This is good, so perhaps the neocon diversion tactic is slowing by using Epstein. These are left-wing operations headed by the neocons who adopted the opposite of the communist mindset. Look at the cornerstone of what Khrushchev said, "We will bury you," in Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution. He fundamentally rejected the idea of building socialism in a single country. They knew for it to world, I guess they knew for it to spread around the world, this had to be a globalist conquest. He wrote, quote, "Socialism in one country is impossible. The socialist revolution begins on the national arena. It unfolds on the international arena and is completed on the world arena," unquote. Trotsky argued that an isolated worker state would inevitably face economic backwardness and military threats, forcing it to compromise with capitalism. Irving Kristol, generally considered to be the founder of the neocons, father of Bill Kristol, did not argue, or William Kristol, I guess, did not argue that capitalism needed to physically, quote, conquer the world through military force or imperial expansion to defeat communism. His view was more nuanced, focusing on ideological, political, and economic victory rather than territorial conquest. Irving Kristol believed democratic capitalism was morally, politically, and economically superior to communism. He saw it as the system best suited to human nature, fostering individual liberty, political freedom, and material prosperity. Irving viewed the Cold War primarily as an ideological struggle. The goal was to demonstrate the superiority of the Western model, democratic capitalism, over the Soviet model, totalitarian communism, to the world, especially to intellectuals and populations within the Soviet bloc and non-aligned nations. Therefore, he was a strong supporter of containment, preventing the spread of communism. But he emphasized that containment wasn't passive. This necessitated a strong military to deter Soviet aggression and protect allies. He also actively promoted the values and successes of democratic capitalism, countering Marxist critiques and exposing failures and brutality of communism. He concluded that maintaining a vibrant capitalist economy is necessary to demonstrate its superiority in providing prosperity and opportunity. So while Crystal believed the global triumph of democratic capitalism was necessary and desirable to defeat communism, he did not frame this as a need for capitalist conquest in the imperial or militaristic sense. His emphasis was on ideological victory, systemic competition, and the inherent weakness of communism, leading to its downfall when faced with a confident and booming capitalism. However, Joseph McCarthy, who died in 1957, was at his peak politically in the McCarthy era during the early 1950s, decades before neoconservatism coalesced. Neoconservatism emerged as a distinct political movement in the late 1960s and 70s, primarily among disillusioned liberals and intellectuals in the Democratic Party who shifted rightward on foreign policy and domestic issues. The many red scares over communism began in the 1920s. McCarthy exploited fears exactly like those sparked by Khrushchev's rhetoric. While Khrushchev spoke of communism's triumph via historical forces, McCarthy weaponized the fear of communist infiltration and betrayal to attack political enemies and stoke paranoia. Both figures, through aggressive language, fueled the Cold War's ideological intensity. I believe that the inspiration behind the whole neocon movement was inspired by McCarthy and then others. It was Paul D. Wolfowitz who established the Wolfowitz doctrine, referring to a controversial U.S. defense strategy drafted in early 1992, shortly after the collapse of the Soviet Union. It was officially known as the Defense Planning Guidance for the 1994 to 1999 fiscal years. Whilst primarily authored by Paul Wolfowitz, then Undersecretary for Defense Policy, and his deputy Scooter Libby, it was overseen by none other than the neocon Secretary of Defense, Dick Cheney, before he dicks you. This is where it became a globalist agenda and why Liz Cheney targeted Trump, who did not support her father's vision. This was all about the conquest of the world. The core idea was that the United States emerged from the Cold War as the world's sole superpower. It was the unipolar moment. Its primary strategic goal should be to prevent the emergence of any future global rival, whether a resurgent Russia, a unified Europe, or a rising China, that could challenge U.S. dominance. This was a radical shift from the Cold War policy of containing an existing rival, the USSR. This is the goal of the neocons. It is the same as Nikita Khrushchev, whom the Russians staged a coup to remove, replacing him with Leonid Ilyich Brezhnev. We will ultimately have to do the same to prevent these people from seizing control of the White House as unelected appointees to various posts, not becoming president. It is this unipolar idea of conquering the world that makes them as dangerous as Khrushchev, despite the difference in philosophy. They both end up as a threat to our freedom and liberty, just as nature. You can die from the extreme heat or cold. You are still dead at the end. Wow, that was a long article. He must have what's the word, dictated it, because it's not very well written. All right, have a good night. So now what? Bitcoin 123, XRP 329. Guys, I'll make a bet to you. XRP's 329 right now. Railtown's 52 cents. In 8 weeks, Railtown will be $5.20. XRP will not be $33. Good evening, everyone, and good evening, William. Have an NA inflated. Leafy greens, I'll have it. I'll have extra volley. I'll have it all. Account settings. I really wonder who was Sparky73 and why is he missing suddenly? He was spot on with the news that would come out for RLAIF last time. I don't know why he went missing. I'll check. Maybe somebody blocked him. I don't know why he went missing. It's a good point. My guess is account settings, if you're still here, that news is being held tightly by the company right now. All right, Donna, good night, everyone. Good night to you. I wish peace in the world. I hope when Putin and Trump meet that it's radical thinking, like getting rid of a whole class of nuclear weapons, moving our troops out of Germany, maybe, peace in the Ukraine, maybe joint police force in Gaza Strip. I don't know. Just some worldwide peace vision. I pray for peace in the world, and I pray for each of you, peace.